Chapter 1. Midoriya Izuku is quirkless. At least that's what everyone else thinks. Izuku himself doesn't think so. If he's quirkless, why does Kaken's quirk never leave scars on him? Izuku is 5 when he starts to notice it. Yes, it did hurt when the explosion hit him, but he realizes that it isn't the heat itself but rather the impact. And it turns out it's only him that doesn't get hurt from the explosions. He watches with wide eyes when he sees the blonde using his quirk on other people and leaving burns on their skin. So the next day, with that question in mind, Izuku pays closer attention. Kaken never disappoints. He corners him and sets off an explosion right at his stomach. Izuku quickly runs off. Others might say that he's just a coward for running away. But he is just so excited. It doesn't hurt at all. Izuku arrives at home and rushes to the nearest mirror. His shirt is ruined, but his stomach is still the same. No burns, nothing. Oh my god, he does have a quirk. So that leads to Izuku doing many experiments. From trying to touch the hot pan to trying to set himself on fire. Years of trying everything that he can, and it turns out fire and heat can't damage him. At all. In other words, Izuku is resistant to fire and heat at an extreme level. But no one seems to take notice of this particular thing, and Izuku doesn't bother to tell anyone about it either. It's not like they're gonna stop bullying him anyway. They would just hurt him in different ways instead. Kaken probably won't believe him and will say something like, "Deku, you're looking down on me?" Kaken would just be angry, and Izuku doesn't see any benefits from telling the boy. If trying to help your friend get up from the water counts as looking down on someone, then Izuku would rather keep his quirk to himself. He is 8 when he learns that fire resistance is both a gift and a curse at the same time. Izuku is sitting numbly, clutching his mother's hand while the tears continue pouring down his face. Even though the raging fire around them makes the tears all evaporate, Izuku can't stop crying. His mother is covered in burns and bruises. Izuku doesn't need to think. He knows it's Hisashi's work. His father. He should have known that the guy would come back for revenge after mom reported him for abuse. But apparently his time in jail didn't make him regret or change himself at all. Izuku grits his teeth. He's never felt this useless before. But what can he do? He is just an 8-year-old boy. He would have died with his mom. But the fire around them just licks past him like he isn't worth the flame's attention. Izuku doesn't know how much time passes. He just sits there with his mother's body in his arms. It's not long before police and heroes arrive at the apartment engulfed in a massive wave of flames. When he comes back to his senses, everything around him is burned and in ashes. The smell of burning flesh makes him gag, and he doesn't want to look down. The sound of footsteps comes towards him after Izuku makes the noise. "Holy shit, kid. How are you still alive?" Izuku jumps, snapping his head up to look at where the voice had come from. He sees a couple of police officers coming in. Wait, how long has it been? Someone pulls him away from his mother, but Izuku doesn't have the strength to protest, instead letting the officer hold his limp body. A hand runs through Izuku's hair, murmuring some soft, reassuring words. Before he knows it, another wave of tears rolls down his cheeks. Izuku lets out choked sobs, feeling both weak and exhausted. The last thing he sees is a paw, wiping away his tears, before he promptly passes out from exhaustion. When he wakes up, Izuku finds himself staring at a white ceiling. From the smell of the antiseptic, he is probably in the hospital. Izuku rolls down the blanket and carefully sits up, looking around to maybe find something to entertain himself with. He wonders if Detective Tsukachi will be on his case or not. He hears the door open. "Oh, Midoriya-kun, you're awake." Speak of Tsukachi and the guy appears. The detective, in his usual brown coat and signature hat, comes in holding a sandwich and a can of soda while smiling kindly at the young boy. Tsukachi hands Izuku the food and drags a chair to sit in front of him. "I figured you would be hungry." "Thank you, Tsukachi-san," Izuku says genuinely and takes a bite from the ham and cheese sandwich. Tsukachi waits for him to finish the food before he brings out a notepad. Do you want me to ask some questions here or wait until you discharge? Izuku sighs. Here is fine. The man looks at him in sympathy. Okay, Midoriya-kun, let me tell you what happened before you woke up first. After you passed out, the EMT checked up on you. You inhaled some smoke, but only for a short time. Other than that, you're physically fine. But just to be sure, we sent you to the hospital. Izuku nods along. He inspects his arm and hand, and unsurprisingly doesn't find any injuries. He absent-mindedly moves his hand to caress his soul mark that runs from his wrist to his forearm. The turquoise flame symbol lets off a soft glow, giving him some comfort. Izuku doesn't see the small smile that the detective gives him. So let's start. Can you state your name for the recorder? Midoriya Izuku. All right, Midoriya-kun. Can you tell me what happened from the start? So he does. Izuku considers himself lucky. Today the bullies were the same as usual, but Izuku just had a really bad day. So when it was lunchtime, he hid from them and quickly ran out of the school. The teachers didn't care about him anyway, so it isn't a problem to just skip school. I wanted to skip school, so I ran back home at lunchtime. That's not a lie, he just doesn't include all of the details. When I arrived at home, I could tell that something was wrong. I know that Mom likes to listen to music when she does the chores, and the music can be heard through the open window. But today was different? He nods. Why yes, it was too quiet, and I could smell something burning. I thought that it was the neighbor, and when I was about to use the key on the door, it was already unlocked. Izuku stops for a moment to take a break. So I quietly walked in there and found Mom unconscious in the living room. As she was covered in bruises and burns and in dash. He doesn't know when he starts crying, but Tsukachi is already in front of him. Shuo, it's all right, Midoriya-kun. We don't have to rush. You can take your time. The detective's hand ruffles his hair gently, trying his best to comfort him. Since when did the guy become this close to Izuku? Detective Tsukachi was like a father to him. Even though they only knew each other for a year, Izuku considers him as someone who he truly trusts with his whole heart. So he tackles the guy in a hug and sobs into his shirt. Tsukachi holds him while rubbing Izuku's back comfortingly. Midoriya-kun, this is the 5th time that you've broken into my office. Detective Tsukachi scolds him, but there isn't any anger in his voice. Izuku tries his best to look guilty, but he really can't. But Tsukachi-san, I helped you solve the case. The man sighs. Midoriya-kun, this is trespassing. He pouts. But I just want to help. You're 7 years old, Midoriya-kun. Tsukachi crouches down in front of the boy. Even though this kid breaks too many laws at his age, he still can't be mad at the adorable child. The tears come quietly. I don't want to be useless though, Mr. Detective. The man sighs and lifts his hand to put it on top of the fluffy hair. No, you're not. Why are you believing mean words from other people? But everyone tells me that. Izuku rubs his nose, trying to restrain his sniffles. Detective Tsukachi smiles sadly. Prove them wrong then. That's why I'm here. But you said I'm trespassing. Tsukachi shares a glance with his companion, Sansa, and shakes his head. Smart little kitten, aren't ya? The man walks over and ruffles Izuku's hair. How about we wait till you're all grown up? Then you can solve any case you want. Sansa, dash. Really? The guy meows. But you gotta stop breaking laws. If you still want to help us, then study hard. All right? Izuku nods rapidly. Okay, Mr. Sansa. Tsukachi blinks at his friend. I didn't know you were good with kids. The cat man shrugs. I just adore Midoriya-kun. Now, let's get you back home. He takes the kid's hand and leaves the detective alone in the room. Bye-bye, Mr. Detective, Izuku shouts back. Tsukachi sighs. Bye, kid. Please don't get in trouble. I don't want to see you in the police station again. Okay. Midoriya stops crying after a while and quietly wipes away his tears. Naomasa offers a box of tissue and a small smile to the poor boy. He never thought that he would meet the kid again so soon, and in this situation no less. The green-haired boy started breaking into his office when he was 7. A 7-year-old boy broke into a police station because he wanted to prove that he's not useless and can help people by solving cases. Naomasa thinks it's a little bit better than a literal child running around beating criminals. Yes, trespassing is better than vigilantism. The boy may give him a headache, but he also brings Naomasa some joy as well. Midoriya is smart, charming, and quite confident in the information he has. The kid literally has stars in his eyes when he tries to tell Naomasa about heroes, but that's all hidden from everyone else. Being a quirkless child in a quirk-based society is hard. The discrimination against them is just something that can't be fixed that easily. But at least no one in his department has that disgusting line of thinking. That's probably why Midoriya always comes back to the police station. Even though the kid is breaking in, none of them are mad or want to scold the kid for it. And now he meets Midoriya again, but for a different reason. A tragedy that led to Midoriya Inko's death. Midoriya miraculously survived the fire without any injuries or anything that indicates that the boy was the victim in the incident. Naomasa is sure he knows what's going on, but it would be better to hear it from Midoriya himself. The kid sighs. All right? I think I'm okay now. You don't have to dash dot. No, it's okay Tsukachi-san, I can continue. Where did dash? Oh, so after that, I kind of forgot everything else and rushed to my mom's side. I tried to wake her up, but she didn't move at all. So I cried for a while, and when I looked up again, the fire was already surrounding us. True. Oh, poor kid. And then I don't know. You guys arrived? That's all I could remember. True. Naomasa turns off the recording device. Thank you, Midoriya-kun. We promised to catch the one who did this. Actually, I know who did it, Midoriya mumbles. Naomasa almost doesn't catch it, but he's so glad he does. It's, my father, Midoriya Hisashi. He went to jail because my mother reported him. He was very mad about it, and I know he's wanted revenge for a while now. The bee burns on my mom are from his quirk. Fire breathing. True. Naomasa quickly forwards the information to his team and all the heroes on this case. Fire breathing seems similar to the new villain who used his quirk to burn down the hospital yesterday. According to Sansa, that hospital was where Midoriya Inko works as well. Yeah, this man is going to be sentenced to life imprisonment for sure. We spotted him yesterday. We're going to catch him as soon as possible. The kid nods and offers him a smile. That reminds him of something. So how did you survive the fire? I was there when the entire building went up in flames. Naomasa can't express how scared he was when he arrived at the scene. And when Sansa ran out with Midoriya in his arms, Naomasa almost left his own duties and went with them to the hospital. But imagine his surprise when the doctor said that the kid is fine. Midoriya literally came out of the fire that burned the whole building down with little more than a scratch. Midoriya's eyes widen and he looks at him sheepishly. Oh, I am actually not quirkless. I have a Q-quirk and I've known about it for a while now. I forgot to tell you. Sorry, detective. True. He blinks. Well, that answers why you're still alive then. Sansa almost fainted when he saw you in that room. The kid laughs. It's quiet, but it's a laugh nonetheless. Is it something to do with fire? He asks. Midoriya's eyes brighten up. Yeah, I'm fire resistant. I don't know its limits yet though, but I survived today, so that's something, right? True. Naomasa ruffles the boy's fluffy hair. I'm sure it's an amazing quirk, just like you are. The boy smiles brightly at him. So, Naomasa sits there listening to the boy's analysis about his quirk for a while. Then suddenly, Midoriya quiets down and looks at him quietly before the kid speaks up. So, what happens next? What will happen to me? That's also the reason he's here as well. Usually, you would go to a foster family. Tears well up in the kid's eyes and Naomasa quickly finishes his sentence. But I have a pretty big house and I'm able to manage my time between taking care of another person and my work. Sansa also won't stop hissing at me if I don't offer you this. Midoriya stares at him as more tears start falling down his face. He stands up and pats the kid's head gently. Do you want to come and live with me? I know we've only known each other for a year and dash. Yes. Midoriya's shout cuts him off and he blinks at the kid. The boy blushes and quickly avoids Naomasa's eyes. Why yes, I would love to live with you, D-Dad. True. It's decided. Naomasa is going to do his best to take care of this adorable kid. After Izuku gets discharged from the hospital, Detective Tsukachi takes him to finish the paperwork for adopting him. Izuku still can't believe that the detective really wants him. The weight of Tsukachi's hand on his head is so comforting. Izuku promises himself to never be a burden to the guy. You don't need to call me Dad yet if you don't like it, you know, Tsukachi says after he finishes the paperwork. Izuku blinks. What should I call you? Naomasa is fine. Naomasa says as he extends his hand to Izuku. There's no hesitation as Izuku grabs the offered hand. The warmth of it makes his mood a little better. He tries not to think about his mom just yet. Naomasa has already seen him crying too much today, and he doesn't want to be a crybaby. Okay, Naomasa, he replies quietly. The detective gives him a smile. Come on. Let's get you home and we can talk about other things later. They walk out to Naomasa's car and Izuku can't help but glance at their linked hands. There are so many things that have happened today, both bad and good, and it's all happening so fast. A new home and environment in exchange for the death of his mother. Izuku doesn't know if he should be happy or not. He just hopes that the future will be kinder to him. Elsewhere, Todoroki Tuya stares blankly at his father as the guy drags Shuto away to train. Tuya ignores his mother's and Fuyumi's cries as he storms out of the kitchen. Why isn't he enough? Is he that easy to replace? He isn't a failure. Tuya slams the door of his room shut. He refuses to cry just because of this. Father could do whatever he wants and Tuya would not care. He sighs and lets himself fall down onto the bed. He lifts his hands up and sees his soul mark glow lightly in the dark room. He just hopes his soulmate will be kinder to him than his own family. Chapter 2. Izuku falls asleep in the car while Naomasa drives them back to his apartment. He can't believe that he's still able to sleep after all the rest he's already gotten. And Naomasa must have carried him inside. Izuku opens his eyes and the first thing he sees is the detective behind the kitchen counter cooking something on the stove. It smells familiar, like a katsudon, and it makes Izuku realize that he only had the sandwich and soda the whole day. Izuku sits up and looks around. He's sitting on a couch in the living room, while Naomasa is in the kitchen across from him. The detective had already changed out of his uniform, now in a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants. Izuku can't see the rest of the apartment, but he can tell that it's pretty big. He can explore later though, food comes first. Naomasa, what are you cooking? Izuku yawns as he walks up to the man. He climbs to sit on the bar stool to see Naomasa properly. Naomasa turns to him and smiles. It's katsudon. I remember that it's your favorite food. You're hungry, right? Izuku's stomach grumbles, answering the question for him, which makes Izuku blush. The detective just chuckles at him and places down the bowl of katsudon in front of Izuku. Thank you for the food. He mumbles and quickly picks up the chopsticks. The smell is so good. Izuku bites into the pork and he has to stop himself from stuffing it all in his mouth. It's delicious. It's not as good as his mom's, but it's enough for him to finish his meal quickly. And within a couple of minutes, 2 more bowls of katsudon are gone. He looks up at Naomasa sheepishly, but the detective just laughs. I didn't know you were that hungry. I would have found you something to eat other than just a sandwich. Naomasa says as he cleans up the counter. I don't want to bother you, Izuku says quietly. Naomasa sighs. You would never be a bother to me, kid. Anyway, do you want to explore your new home now? I'll give you a tour. Izuku brightens up at that. Yes, please. He jumps down the stool, but unexpectedly Naomasa catches him and ends up carrying Izuku on his hip. The detective is stronger than he looks. He walks down the hallway and stops at the end to open the door to their left. Oh, this is Izuku's room. There are 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms here. Your room is this one next to mine. I still don't know why I bought an apartment this big, but at least I'm not going to live alone now, Naomasa says as he puts Izuku down on the All Might color-themed bed. Izuku just now notices that the apartment all has the same color palette. Dark blue, gray, white, and black. Izuku's room is no different, but what catches his attention is probably the big All Might poster above the headboard. It has the hero's signature. And Naomasa, how did you get that? Izuku stares wide-eyed at the limited edition poster. The detective blinks. Well, I work with a lot of heroes. Of course I work with All Might too. He gave me that as a gift. I figured I would give it to you instead. Izuku is definitely going to cry about this later. Thank you. Naomasa smiles and ruffles his hair. No problem, kid. He looks at the clock and back at Izuku. I have work tomorrow. Are you okay with staying alone? I will be back in the evening. Then we and Sansa can go shopping for your clothes and stuff. That sounds good to him. His mom often had night shifts and Izuku is old enough to be by himself anyway. Yeah. All right, sleep well. With a last pat on his head, Naomasa leaves him to go to his own room. The detective glances back at him one last time before he closes the door. Izuku sighs and flops down onto the soft bed. Even though he already has slept a lot today, he still feels so tired. But he doesn't want to go to sleep yet, so Izuku just lays there staring at the ceiling. Takes a while before he finally decides to get up and take a shower. It's been a long day, and Izuku still smells like ashes and burned wood. And it reminds Izuku of what happened today. He walks in the bathroom and finds clothes neatly folded on the sink. They still have the price tags. Naomasa probably just bought them, and Izuku can't help but smile at how nice the detective is. Izuku takes a quick, cold shower and changes into his sleepwear. As soon as his head hits the pillow, he's out like a light. There's a bowl of rice, grilled salmon, potato salad, and a still warm miso soup on the dining table when Izuku walks out of his bedroom the next morning. God, why is the detective so nice to him? Izuku should really learn how to cook and help the guy sometimes. After he finishes the super delicious meal and cleans up everything, he moves himself into the living room. There's a stack of notebooks and a laptop on the coffee table. There's also a note with Naomasa's handwriting on it. The notebooks and laptop are all yours. There's also fried rice in the fridge. You can use the microwave to heat it up. I'll be back before dinner. The detective spent too much money on him. Izuku doesn't want money to be wasted on him. He still needs to ask Naomasa to pay for his online school as well. Yep, he won't be returning to school anytime soon. Izuku never had a good time at school. Even though he technically has a quirk now, he won't risk throwing his piece away for that. Izuku makes a mental note to tell Naomasa that later. So, Izuku spends the entire day writing hero analysis in the living room. It's a shame that his old notebooks were all burned, but at least he can do a better version of them now. He doesn't even notice when Naomasa and Sansa walk in. Kitten, Midoriya-kun, Sansa shouts as he swoops Izuku up into his arms. Izuku sighs into the soft fur of the officer. How's it going? Everything all right? He nods quietly in response. They would have hugged for a while if Naomasa didn't speak up. Well, we should get going now, because we asked for a day off tomorrow. Sansa and I need to get back to the station to finish all the paperwork later today, Naomasa says while looking at them fondly. Izuku pouts. But it's already evening. Do police officers work all day? Crimes don't have a specific time they happen. Kid. Sansa pats his head. And underground heroes really love to fuck with me by leaving criminals in front of the station at night. He mumbles out the last part, but Izuku still catches it and he gasps. Sansa, don't curse in front of my kid. Izuku, don't listen to him. Naomasa quickly puts his hands over Izuku's ears, but it's already too late. Izuku giggles at the duo. They're so different from when they're on duty, and Izuku likes this version of them a lot better. It isn't until later that Izuku realizes that Naomasa not only called him his kid, but called him Izuku as well. His heart swells with happiness. They arrive at a shopping mall near their apartment. Sansa doesn't wait. He just grabs Izuku's hand and goes straight to the most popular clothing store there. Izuku still doesn't know what's wrong with his t-shirt and fashion sense. Sansa takes one look at his old clothes and decides that Izuku won't be the one who chooses his outfits. Naomasa doesn't even let him see the price. Izuku can only watch as they literally get everything they saw in the store. He can't say that he's a fan of oversized sweaters and ripped jeans, but he's willing to try. It's great that both the police officers have some fun from this. The only bad thing is that they are spending too much money on him again. Naomasa seems to have read his mind as the guy comes to stand next to him while waiting for Sansa to purchase the clothes. Don't worry about it, Izuku. We have plenty of money, but we don't have time to spend it. Izuku sighs. But you can use it on other things. Trust me, kid. We want to spoil you. Izuku blushes and mumbles a thank you in return. Next we need school supplies, right? Naomasa asks. Izuku needs to tell him about that. Actually, about school. I would like to study at an online school from now on. Is that okay? The detective raises his brows. Well, yes, if that's what you want. But you're still young, Izuku. Are you sure you don't want to be in a school environment? He then turns to help Sansa carry the bags as he leads them to a bookstore. Izuku nervously fiddles with his sleeves. Detective. You know I was quirkless before and, people don't like me that much. So even though I now have a quirk, I still don't want to go back. Paw pats his head lightly. As long as you're happy, Naomasa is okay with everything, Sansa says with amusement. Not everything, but yes, you can study online. You need to tell me your school name too. I might need to ask them a couple of questions. Naomasa picks up some thick notebooks and hands them to Izuku. You don't have to do that, Izuku blurts. And you already bought me notebooks at home. Kitten, you love analysis. That stack isn't enough, Sansa chuckles. Izuku signs for the 100th time. Maybe it's time to let them do what they want. Izuku follows closely behind them as the police duo buy all the things they deem necessary. After that, they eat dinner at an Italian restaurant together. It's already night when they get back to the apartment. Izuku waves goodbye to them after Naomasa and Sansa help put all the things in their place, and they leave to do their night shift. Izuku goes back to his analysis. Today was a great day. The next day is surprisingly uneventful. In the morning, they go to Aldera to resign Izuku from the school. He insisted that Naomasa should wear his detective coat as well. It's funny to see how the teachers can't say anything rude to him without having a police officer looking at them sharply. In the afternoon, Naomasa brings him to his mother's funeral. He cries the entire time that he stays there, and to Izuku's luck, he doesn't get to see Kaken since the boy is still in school. He only needs to say goodbye to the Bakugu family and that's it. That's the last thing before he leaves his old life behind. He's not the quirkless Deku anymore. He's Midoriya Izuku with a fire resistance quirk who will forget the past 8 years of childhood and start a new one with Naomasa. Izuku can say that he's looking forward to it. It's been a few months of doing online school, but Izuku just now realized that he's so bored and lonely. It isn't like he had friends at his old school, but staying in the same room all the time and not going out to socialize with other people starts to get to him a bit. Izuku puts down his pencil after he finishes his third Endeavor sketch this afternoon. He has so much free time lately due to him finishing all the homework early. Izuku feels like he could finish school early too, but then he would be free many years before high school starts. Or he could start training to become a hero. Yeah, he should do that. Since Izuku doesn't have a combative quirk, he has to work harder than everyone else. Firefighter and police officer are also an alternative choice, but he will ignore both of them for now. But now he's bored. Izuku stands up and starts stretching. Maybe he should go out and take a walk. It's been a while since he got to see the outside world. Naomasa and Izuku usually order takeout and eat inside, and Izuku only gets out of the apartment to go to the nearby convenience store. The detective is also very busy lately. Not only does he have to do his work, but since Izuku doesn't go to school, Naomasa has to check in with him every hour as well. Izuku feels guilty about that, but Naomasa always reminds him that it's fine. Talking with Izuku helps the detective relax when he's at work. It's a win-win situation, Naomasa has said. He texts the detective where he's going and quickly jogs out of the door, not forgetting to lock it. Izuku walks downstairs and strolls out into the neighborhood, looking at the random buildings along the way. This part of the city is so different from where he's from. Since both Yue and the Todoroki house are in this area, more heroes patrol a lot. Izuku feels so safe even though he's walking alone as a kid. But if he manages to become a hero, he would make sure to patrol every part of the city. No one should feel left out by heroes even though they live on the bad side. He's pretty sure he walks around the entire area, because damn he's tired. Izuku stops to take a breath near a pet shop when he hears some shouts from the alley next to him. "Shinsuke, get these things away from here!" An angry voice shouts from the alley that Izuku just walked past. "BB but boss." They dash. Another voice speaks up, this one sounding nervous and scared. Izuku stops what he's doing and quietly hides behind a corner. It's none of his business, he knows, but at least if the other guy tries to do anything funny, Izuku could call the police immediately. "I'll fire you if you won't shut up." The guy shuts the door in the other person's face. Izuku winces at how loud it is. He looks up to see Shinsuke, if he heard it correctly, looking miserable, holding a bag of something in his arms. The bag moves, and the poor man sighs. "Sorry guys." Shinsuke crouches down and opens the bag, letting many animals come out of it. "Hopefully you guys can survive in the dumpster. I would rather have you guys in an animal shelter. But if I don't get back to work, my boss would fire me for sure." Without realizing it, Izuku is already walking towards the man. "Mister, do you need some help?" he asks. Shinsuke jumps and would have stepped on the tail of the last animal in the bag, if not for Izuku to quickly snatching it away from the ground. "WW what? Oh my god. Kid, thank you. Ah, I can't believe I almost stepped on Lucy's tail," the silver-haired man cries. Now close, Izuku finally sees what Shinsuke looks like. The guy seems pretty young, but he also looks pale and tired. Shinsuke carefully gathers up 2 cats, 1 small lizard, and 3 puppies into his arms. He looks at Izuku curiously. Well, more like at what Izuku is currently holding. Izuku's eyes follow, and he looks down to see what kind of animal Lucy is. Bright blue eyes stare back at him. The snake rises up from the bag and flicks its tongue at Izuku. They are the cutest thing that Izuku has ever seen in his entire life. "I am glad you think so, kid." Izuku blinks, because oh, he must have mumbled again. "Sorry, mister. What are you doing, though?" Shinsuke looks around nervously, then whispers, "My boss is a quirkist bastard. He sells pets, but only the one with quirks. He said that it makes more money. That's so disgusting, right? And he asked me to throw these cuties away because the vet said that they're quirkless. Wow, I hate this society dash." "Shinsuke, are you done yet? We have customers." The same angry voice from before shouts from inside the building. Shinsuke flinches, and he looks down sadly at the animals he's holding. "Can you help me get these guys to an animal shelter? I don't have time to do that or I might get fired." Shinsuke says as he carefully hands Izuku all the animals. Lucy climbs up onto his head to make more space for the others. "Should I call the police for you? This is, animal abuse and discrimination," Izuku asks hesitantly. The guy sighs. "The boss has the money. No one will believe us, kid. Well, there's a man named Tsukachi Naomesa who fortunately has a lie detection quirk, and luckily, Izuku somehow has the detective business card with him today. Shinsuke-san, there's a card in my hoodie pocket. See, can you get it for me? Shinsuke shakily reaches out to grab it and looks at the card with wide eyes. Please contact that number. They will believe you, Izuku says as he's about to leave. But, can I ask why you are not quitting the job? I'm waiting for another place to accept me and someone recommended me to work here. So I came here just to get some experience. But I saw how he treats the animals. I couldn't just watch. Izuku smiles. That's so nice of you, Shinsuke-san. The man scratches his cheek in embarrassment. It's nothing. Just go now before my boss comes out again. Thank you so much for the help. I'll contact the number. Shinsuke pushes him gently out of the alley. Go now. Izuku walks away as another shout comes out of where he just left. Hopefully Shinsuke-san will get out of that place soon, he thinks. After hours of trying to find an animal shelter, he finally finds one thanks to the help of this purple-haired boy, who looks like he's around his age. Thank you for helping me. Izuku beams. Oh my god, he didn't stutter. The boy runs a hand through his wild hair. It's nothing, he says as he eyes the kitten in Izuku's arms with adoration. Izuku looks down at the two cats. Do you want the cats? I think you can just take them. The boy blinks. We already have 3 cats at home. I don't think my dads are okay with 2 more. You can just ask. But these guys are pretty heavy. I'm gonna go to the shelter while waiting for you. Izuku tilts his head in the shelter's direction. One of the puppies whines. They're probably hungry, so Izuku quickly runs into the building. There's a kind-looking old lady at the front desk. She looks up, gasps, and quickly runs up to meet him halfway. Oh, you poor boy. These guys must be heavy. The lady gently gathers the puppies into her own arms and smiles at him. What do we have here? 3 shikoku, a green basilisk, and 2 bobtail shorthairs. Why are you carrying them, young man? Izuku is about to answer, but she nods and speaks up. Oh, such a kind soul. Thank you for helping them. Wadash. Follow me. Let's get them all checked up. Izuku follows the old lady further inside. Since he doesn't have anything else to do, he might as well make sure that all of them are okay before he leaves. They all seem to be in good health, but they're also very hungry. Izuku helps the lady feed them and all the other animals in the shelter as well. This is fun. Maybe he should consider this as a job when he fails to be a hero. I'm back. The purple-haired boy returns with a small smile on his face. Your dad is okay with more cats, isn't he? Izuku teases. He blushes while nodding and comes to help Izuku pour the cat food. What about the noodle on your head? The boy asks without looking at Izuku. Izuku blinks. What noodle? And that moment, something cold slides across his shoulder. Izuku turns to the side and finds the white snake leaning out towards his face, tongue flicking. Izuku jumps. I forgot about you. The lady chooses that moment to come back. Oh, there's another one. Let me check you too. Izuku gently lifts the snake, who is trying to climb back up into his hair, and sets it in the old lady's waiting hand. Izuku really needs to wash his hair when he goes back home. While reaching out, he is unaware of the soul mark that accidentally gets shown, and the snake's tail pushing up the sweater's sleeve further. When the lady is gone again, Izuku turns back around to see the purple-haired boy looking at him, specifically at his arm where the mark is. You have a soulmate? Izuku quickly pulls the sleeve back down. Why, yeah, but I haven't met them yet. Why do you need to hide it, though? The boy tilts his head. And it's pretty cool. I'm just asking 'cause it's kinda rare. Really? I never met anyone else who has one. So I don't know if it's okay to, show off. Izuku thinks that his soul mark is very pretty. The shades of fire are so beautiful, and how the flame swirls around his arms is like a piece of art. But he isn't too sure if it's okay to let everyone see it too. Huh, you're weird. If I were you, I would never shut up about how cool I am to have a soulmate. Oh, I guess I'll try to do that then, Izuku replies hesitantly. The boy snorts. You're funny. I never got your name. I'm Aiza Shinso Hitoshi. Oh my god. A friend. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, Shinsuke-kun. Yeah. They don't talk much after that, just playing with all the cats in that room. It's a comfortable silence, the only sounds coming from the purring from the cats. It's a while before the old lady comes back with a small smile on her face and the little snake in her hands. This guy would rather stay with you, she says as she gives the snake back to him. Izuku lets the snake climb up to his shoulder and turns to the lady with confusion. What? Why? How do you know that? She perks up. Oh, I have a mind-reading quirk. It's only work on animals. That's why I work here. That's why she seemed to know what happened to the animals earlier. Izuku thought she had a mind-reading quirk too, but at that time he thought she used her quirk on him. That's a really cool quirk. Do you understand their language too? Are you able to communicate with them? The lady chuckles. Calm down, child. But it's nice seeing someone interested in my boring quirk. I can't communicate with them, but they can communicate with me through their thoughts. If they only bark, I still don't know what that means. Whoa, that's a nice quirk. Izuku would have asked her more about Quirk if not for Naomasa texting him that it's time to come back home. Before he leaves with Shinso, who has the 2 kittens in his arms, the lady calls out to him. Bye kids. Oh, green hair boy, his name isn't Lucy. The snake taps his tail on Izuku's cheek lightly, like it's confirming the lady's statement. This boy is a blue-eyed leucistic ball python. Some called them blue-eyed Lucy, she adds before waving them goodbye. He walks back with Shinso before they part ways. Izuku doesn't get his number, but Shinso says that he will be around here. Izuku sighs as he makes his way back home. His arms are covered in cat's bite and scratches. He needs to clean them before he gets an infection. The snake, who Izuku can't come up with a name for yet, seems to have the same idea. The snake leans towards his arm and flicks his tongue. Izuku watches as it leans in closer and closer. It opens its mouth wider and wider, and it bites him on the arm. Ah! Izuku screams, but not too loudly. Well, it doesn't hurt, but he's just surprised. Ball pythons are non-venomous, right? Before he can panic further, the snake taps its tail on his arm rapidly. Izuku looks down to see that all of his wounds are gone. He stares at the snake stares back, flicking his tongue. Did you just heal me? Chapter 3. Tuya grits his teeth in pain as the fire swallows his arm. He will not make any sound or Dad will know that he is in here. It's been a few months now since he started sneaking back into one of the training rooms by himself. Dad doesn't allow him to train anymore, both his body and Quirk. Isn't that a bit unfair? The man has filled his head since Tuya was a kid. 13 years of Tuya doing the best. The thought that he needs to surpass All Might is all he has in his mind. That's the reason for all the training, right? Even though his own quirk hurts him, Tuya still surpasses every challenge that both him and his dad set. Everything is fine. The burns can be treated, and Tuya can still fight even though he is injured. He ignores the look of uncertainty in his dad's eyes and continues to train. But everything goes down the drain the day Shudo is born. From the first look of the baby, everyone knows. They know that this is what Todoroki Enji has been looking for. The red and white hair that is evenly split between the 2 colors. And he's probably evenly split between 2 quirks as well. He holds the baby gently in his arms. Tuya's tears fall down as Shudo reaches his little hand to pat him on his cheek. His heart aches. The reason why Tuya cries isn't because he's happy to see his little brother. And Shudo doesn't disappoint. The day his little brother turns 4 is the day that Tuya gets evicted from his dad's mind. Even with the soulmate that promises another quirk for Tuya, it still isn't better than a child that is already born with 2 perfect and powerful quirks. Shudo, shudo, shudo. That's all he hears in the house. It's not like Tuya hates his brother. But why is Tuya so easy to discard? Everyone seems to be paying attention to the kid all the time, and that leads to his dad not even acknowledging him anymore. Give up, Tuya. Your quirk is powerful, but it's hurting you. You can't defeat villains while your body is vulnerable. I'm doing this for your own good. Then why did Dad even encourage him to train hard in the first place? What is the purpose of him enduring all that harsh training just to be thrown away like this? But he sees it now that he has grown up. He now understands that he wasn't in his dad's plan from the start. Shudo, the perfect creation, is finally here, and that's a sign that Tuya is no longer needed. He's now just a worthless, useless child, and no one understands him at all. Isn't it good that he no longer beats you? Nisan, it's better for you. Look at Shudo, he comes back tired every day. It's better to be ignored by him. No, Natsuo, you don't understand. Dad's ignored you from the start, that's why you don't get it. How can Tuya just give up something that he's been doing since he was a child? Tuya, Dad is just worried about you. He's concerned how your quirk is hurting you. You can have this free time to rest. I'm worried about you too. Fiumi, how can you not see it? This isn't about him. This isn't about Tuya's well-being. This is about his dad who finally found a replacement for his oldest son. Fiumi never sees it. All she sees is a normal family where her oldest brother finally will stop hurting himself. She never thinks about how he feels. Your dad is a man that let his own jealousy towards All Might blind him. Don't be like that, Tuya. There's more things to do than being a hero. You come back with burns every day and it's not okay. Mom, she doesn't even look him in the face anymore. Whether it's because of guilt or Tuya just reminds her of her husband too much, he doesn't know. But she did let everything happen and it led to all of this mess. Sigh. Whatever, next time he will go train at Sokoto Hill instead. Training in the house is not only risky with how other people can walk in at any time, but it makes Tuya become bitter at everything. He sneaks back into his own room without making any sound. The first aid kit is in another room and he needs to get it later. He will sleep for now, ignoring all the injuries. It's evening when he wakes up. Tuya feels like he got hit by a train. His body aches all over, and all the burns don't help either. He quickly finds a long-sleeve shirt to wear, covering both the soul mark and the burns on his arms. It should have been easy to just make it to the medical room. But no, somehow everyone is in the living room. How can he get past without them raising questions? Tuya, you didn't eat lunch today? Is that more burns? His mom cries, alerting his dad. The man turns around with a furious expression on his face. Fuck. Dad stomps angrily towards him and grabs his shoulder harshly while he lifts Tuya's shirt up to see the injuries. You're still training. How many times do I need to tell you, Dash? Shut up. Tuya lets his fire that has started spread to his dad. The man quickly lets go of him and Tuya takes that chance to run out of the house. He ignores the call of his name. Tuya doesn't understand how his dad can say something like that without feeling anything. He's the one to blame for everything. And Dad still thinks he can just stop Tuya from training? He needs to find a place to treat all the burns. And there's only one place in his mind. Tuya ignores his streaming tears and runs to the location he memorized by heart. When he arrives, the person who he's looking for is already in front of the building. The guy isn't wearing his uniform and is carrying a box while trying to lock the door. Tuya wipes his tears away. Shinsuke, where are you going? He says between his pants. Shinsuke jumps and turns to look at him in surprise. Oh, Tuya-kun, I got another job, but I'll still be around. Your shirt. Tuya looks down confusedly. He gasps not only because the shirt is ruined, but he accidentally used his quirk with his right hand, which is where his soul mark is located. And now there's burns along it. Shinsuke, help, please." Shinsuke doesn't even wait for him to finish the sentence as the guy is already grabbing his uninjured hand and dragging him somewhere. Tuya keeps his eyes on the soul mark. He should have been more careful. He always tells himself to take care of the mark. But look at him. Tuya let his anger lead him and look where it ends. He really doesn't want a scar over the beautiful symbol. Shinsuke takes him somewhere far away from his house. Tuya looks up and catches a glimpse of a bar sign above their heads. They walk into the dimly lit room. "Yo, Shinsuke-kun. You're early. Who's that?" A middle-aged woman asks from one of the tables she's cleaning. Hi, miss. He's my brother. See, can I use the first aid kit?" The woman nods with a small smile. "Of course, hun. It's behind that door. Your shift starts in an hour." They walk into the room that the woman is pointing at. There's a couch, a coffee table, and a mini kitchen in here. Shinsuke lets go of his hand when he spots the first aid kit on the shelf. Just like usual, Shinsuke patches him up with ease. But this time the guy wraps the bandages more neatly than before. "You quit your job at the pet shop?" Tuya asks. He doesn't like the silence. It reminds him too much of his family. Shinsuke doesn't look up. "Why, yeah. I tried calling the police on the guy again, and this time he finally got arrested." "Huh, cool." That reminds him of the first time Tuya met Shinsuke. That day Tuya had run away for the first time and almost got arrested for throwing fire at Shinsuke's boss's face. He was saying mean things to Shinsuke, so Tuya took action. In the end, everything somehow turns out fine. And Shinsuke also helped him by taking care of the burns on his arm. They ran into each other a few times after that. Shinsuke decided to just tell him to come to the pet shop if he needs someone to help treat the burns. His mom told him not to talk to strangers, but Shinsuke is the exception. Even though they both don't know each other's last name, Tuya is glad that he at least has someone to turn to when there's no one else. So Tuya is glad that the rude boss finally got arrested. Why did it work this time? I thought the police don't give a fuck about him 'cause he's rich. And doesn't that remind him of his dad? No one would believe that Endeavor beat his kids as well. Language. And let me tell you a story. We can pass the time like that. Shinsuke finishes the last bandage on his arm and comes to sit next to him. Wow, imagine how lonely both of them are to be talking to each other like this. An 18 and 13-year-old boy. 5 years apart isn't that bad, right? Age doesn't affect friendship. Tuya is waiting for his soulmate. Then the three of them can all be friends. And so Tuya listens attentively to the story of a mysterious green-haired boy who came to rescue Shinsuke like a knight in shining armor. But what intrigues him the most is probably the police officer that the boy recommended. "What is his quirk again?" Tuya asks. "It's a lie detector." "Okay, that's super interesting. A good detective with a quirk like that who doesn't care about how rich the bad guy is? Is this his way of getting back at his dad? Tell this detective about his ways of training his children and hope the guy will do something about it?" But having money and having influence is different. Endeavor is a hero with many fans and supporters. There is no way for them to do anything about it. And it also won't make his dad change his mind and decide to train Tuya again. It would just make him more angry. "Are you okay?" Shinsuke asks after he sees Tuya frowning. Tuya looks up to see Shinsuke's concerned face. "It's nothing." The guy is about to ask more, but a knock on the door startles them both. "Shinsuke-kun, 5 minutes until your shift starts. Please tell me if you need more time with your brother." "Yeah, it's fine. I'll go out now." Shinsuke quickly puts the first aid kit away and disappears through another door. He comes back out a moment later wearing a new uniform, a black and white bartender outfit with his hair tied back into a ponytail. "Why, you can stay here if you want, Tuya-kun, but my shift ends at midnight. I don't think I can walk you back. Sorry." Shinsuke pats him on the head and heads out to work. Tuya sighs and stands up. His body is screaming at him to sit back down. His plan to train at Sokoto Hill will need to be put off. But after that, he's going to train more, and no one can stop him. He did it. He finally did it. Tuya stares at the swirling blue fire that comes out from his hand in awe. He throws the fire at the training dummy and watches as the wood burns away instantly. After months of training, he finally surpassed the limits of his quirk, and now the boring red flame has turned into a beautiful cremation fire. Tuya sends out more waves of hot blue fire to the rest of the dummies and stares quietly as it spreads across the training ground. Tears form as Tuya grins. This is it. This will make his dad finally see that he's still worth his time. Dad will now see that he isn't a mistake and Shudo can't replace him. When the fire dies down, Tuya stops crying. He then realizes at that moment that his hand hurts. It hurts so damn much and it won't stop shaking. He hisses in pain and runs to the nearest water source, the small waterfall. He dips his hands in there and sighs. The blue fire is so much hotter than his usual one. But it's powerful. Dad rarely uses blue fire and Shudo definitely can't use it yet. Tuya's quirk permanently turned into blue, so that has to mean something, right? Even though he can't beat All Might yet, his quirk is so strong that when he grows up, Tuya is sure that he can beat both Dad and Shudo. He looks down to check his hand, but all he sees is the reflection of his pure white hair. When did it change? He uses his uninjured hand to run through his hair. He's surprised to see that there's no red left. But the hair isn't important right now. Tuya needs to tell his dad as soon as possible. The holiday break is coming up, and he will tell him before that. With that plan in mind, Tuya lifts his hand out of the water. He prepares to leave but doesn't forget to check if there's any fire left, because it might start a wildfire. When he's sure, Tuya makes his way to the bar that Shinsuke is working at. Tuya already forgot how long it's been since he actually went back home and saw his family. Titiya-kun, why are the burns worse than before? Shinsuke asks nervously as the guy examines Tuya's arm and hand. Tuya stays quiet and lights up a small fire on his finger to show him. Shinsuke blinks. Oh, that's great. It's hotter too, right? Ah, that's why your injuries are bad. Well, yeah, but my quirk is a lot stronger now. I'm sure my dad will let me train with him again and I'll become a better hero than him. Tuya doesn't realize that he slipped some of his secrets, and it's too late since Shinsuke is now looking at him with concern. And you are okay with destroying your body just to achieve your dream? One thing he dislikes about Shinsuke is whenever the guy becomes serious, his stuttering is gone. And Tuya hates it when that happens. Tuya frowns. Don't say it like that. You sound exactly like everyone in my family. Shinsuke purses his lips. They're worried about you. Tuya leans back. I said, don't say it like that. The reason why he prefers to be with a stranger rather than his own family is because Shinsuke never asks. The guy will never cross the boundaries they set and always avoids talking about secrets that they both have. And just like always, Shinsuke stops what he's about to say and instead pulls Tuya's hand back to finish wrapping it with bandages. Here, it's done, Shinsuke says as he stands up and leaves the room. Tuya is starting to look a lot like a mummy. His body is covered with bandages. But what can he do? He can't go to the hospital. And he can't go to the family's doctor either. Any choices will just lead to his dad knowing that Tuya trains behind the man's back. Well, Dad definitely knows, but he just doesn't care. Because Tuya always comes to Shinsuke, that's why there aren't any serious injuries. And if there aren't any serious injuries, Dad can't do anything to stop him. Shinsuke comes back with a plate of onigiri and an energy drink in his hands. Tuya blinks at the guy. Shinsuke places down the food but doesn't say anything else. They sit in silence for quite some time. Shinsuke occasionally casts a glance at Tuya, but the guy never actually speaks what is on his mind. And Tuya prefers it that way today. He finishes his meal and gets ready to head back home. Be careful, Shinsuke says as Tuya waves goodbye. He exits through the back door and quietly disappears into the night. Shinsuke watches as the boy leaves, not knowing that this is the last time he'll see Tuya. Tuya narrows his eyes as he watches his dad once again lead Shudo to the training room. It's only morning after all. He stares quietly as Shudo turns back to look at him. But it won't be like that any longer. He will tell Dad about how his quirk improved and Dad will finally want to train him again. Tuya and I, you're back. We were so worried. I haven't seen you this whole week. Fuyumi appears out of nowhere and runs up to him. He pats her head. You know that I have to train. But you never stay and eat together. Mom is sad. You know? I'm sad too. She grabs his hands and looks at him sadly. Tuya sighs. If Dad didn't stop training me, then we wouldn't be like this in the first place. Tuya. Mom chooses that moment to announce her presence. Tuya looks at her and has to stop himself from scoffing at her. She doesn't even look at him like always. Even though his hair turned white and he doesn't look like Dad anymore, it doesn't change the fact that Mom hates him. That's what he gets when he's not the family's favorite child. Don't get him wrong. Shudo is an amazing kid. But Tuya really can't stay in the same room as him without feeling bitter or jealous. Fucking golden child. Tuya walks away from Fuyumi and his mom and goes to sit down on the couch in the living room. He crosses his arms and glares at the direction where his dad and Shudo left. He's gonna stay here and wait for them to come back. Today will be the day that everything will be back to normal. Dad surely will want him again when he sees the blue fire. It's the afternoon when his dad comes back without Shudo. Tuya walks up to the man, smiling. Dad, come with me to Sokoto Hill. Dad looks at him blankly for a bit before his face morphs into what one would call enraged. You dash. Tuya cuts him off. Something amazing happened to my quirk. You have to come and see it. I'm sure not even you or Shudo can do it. And if you see it, you will finally realize that I wasn't a mistake. Come now. He ignores the horror in his mom's face or his dad seething behind him. He runs out of the house, heading straight to his favorite spot. Tuya makes his way to Sokoto Hill. He slows down, waiting for his dad to catch up. But when he doesn't see the man in sight, he decides to meet him at the training area instead. Tuya arrives. And he waits. Chapter 4. Izuku wakes up with a gasp and tears running down his cheeks. His heart is pounding as he glances around the room, finding unfamiliar surroundings. It takes a while before he calms down and realizes that he's in Naomesa's apartment. He's in his own room. Izuku is so glad he didn't scream from the nightmare, or the detective would have woken up and Izuku would feel guilty about it. The dream was the same as usual. His mother surrounded by a sea of flames and Izuku too late to help her. How many times does he need to see his mother die again? Izuku remembers the event clearly in his mind. The real thing, the nightmare, it's all the same. And Izuku can't even express how useless he feels in that situation. Bully's words never made him feel this useless. But what changed this time was the fire. At some point, the flames turned into variations of blues and it swallowed Izuku within seconds. Screams echoed around him and he couldn't even tell who was screaming. Izuku wipes the sweat and tears on his face and looks at the clock. 6:10. Ugh, it's too early to be awake and it's too late for him to go back to sleep. Izuku sighs and looks down to see his soul mark glowing again. He really should do some research on soulmates. The soul mark seems to glow brighter at random times, but Izuku thinks that there's something more to it than just randomness. Not many people have one, so Izuku has no idea where to get the information he needs. Izuku sighs again. Maybe he should do some analysis to pass the time. Then he can make some breakfast for Naomesa before the guy leaves for work. While he's working, one question stays in his head. What's up with the blue fire? His soul mark glows in response. Draco leans in to observe the frozen mouse that Izuku just put into his enclosure for him. The snake flicks its tongue once before he finally takes the food away to eat it. Izuku smiles at the adorable snake. It really was the best choice to bring it home. And Naomesa, the kind man he is, wasn't mad at him at all. His only concern was how Izuku would take care of it. But Izuku has spent time studying about snakes for the past few days. He's sure he can take care of Draco well. Izuku decided to name him Draco, not only because it's a Latin word for dragon, but it's also a reference to his favorite character from a series that he watched when he was younger. It's an amazing name. Even Shinso and Naomasa like it. Naomasa also found a trustworthy vet to check up on the snake. Turns out Draco has a quirk. It's probably a misdiagnosis that led him to where he is now. Just like Izuku. Draco seems to like him a lot, since the snake never leaves Izuku at all except for when he wants to sleep. After Izuku finishes his morning chores, he starts his research on soulmates. Soulmates are a phenomenal thing. It rarely happens in the world of quirks. The day Izuku was born, his mother had said that the room turned into variant shades of blue from the glowing of his soul mark. She said it was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. People called him a blessed child, though it was all gone when Izuku got diagnosed as quirkless. That's also the day that Izuku started covering his soul mark. Anyone can call him useless all they want, but if they knew that he has a soulmate, Izuku is afraid they will say bad things about them altogether. That's also the reason why he never got the chance to do research when he was younger. But now that he knows he has a quirk and has received some encouragement from Shinso-kun, Izuku starts to show it off more. From research, there are many different types of soulmates and they can be easily classified. The obvious one is a romantic bond. Some of the traits are that your heart will skip a beat, your face will blush, or you will feel all the tingles when you think about your soulmate. That's how it's different from platonic and familial bonds. When you think of them, you will find comfort, soothing, or maybe solace. Just like that day after the fire, Izuku knows that his is a platonic bond. Soulmates in general have a thing in common called a soul bond. The bonds sometimes let you hear your soulmate's voice, others say that your writing will appear on your soulmate's skin, and many more. Izuku has tried almost all of that, but nothing seems to be working. The last thing that Izuku finds seems to be the most impossible to happen. Quirk sharing soulmates. It's bizarre to even think about, but that's likely what his soul bond does. The problem? There's no record in Japan of anyone having it. So it's Izuku and his platonic soulmate's job to figure out how the bond works, which is even more impossible since there's no way for them to communicate unlike other types of soulmates. The only thing that keeps Izuku sane is the soul mark that keeps glowing at random times. To make it worse, no one has ever seen a glowing mark. Some people even want a picture in exchange for money from Izuku when he posts a question about it on a forum. The internet really is a scary place. Izuku groans after he meets with another dead end. He didn't make any progress at all in finding useful information. Naomasa agrees to help him look when he asks that morning at breakfast. But even the entire police department can't find one person with a quirk-sharing ability. Naomasa makes a weird face when Izuku asks about someone with multiple quirks. But it's probably nothing. After a while, Izuku decides that he's bored enough to leave the apartment. So he takes the train to the police station while Draco settles himself on Izuku's hair like it's his second house. Of course, Izuku knows that everyone is too busy to be his company, but he would rather stay in a place full of people than an empty apartment. And while Naomasa is occupied with work, Izuku can sneak into his office and solve some cases involving unknown quirks. Izuku doesn't like being alone. Draco helps a bit, but he still prefers to be around people, especially when he's feeling weird lately. He feels like something bad is going to happen. It isn't just paranoia. Izuku is pretty sure that he's not going insane yet. How can he describe it? Like when the main characters in some movies have those gut feelings and something actually happens later. The nightmare seems to be part of that too. He tries to distract himself by researching more about soulmates, but Izuku always hits a wall. There's literally nothing left on the internet that he hasn't seen yet. So Izuku gives up for the time being and spends some time in a staring contest with Draco. That's what he gets from not attending middle school like he's supposed to. Maybe you can go out and take a walk? Sansa suggests for the 5th time. Poor guy got ordered to be Izuku's babysitter after Izuku tried to hack into his account to find something fun to do. Sansa, last time I took a walk, I got some guy arrested and came back home with a snake. Izuku giggles while petting Draco's little head. Sansa's tail twitches. That sounds better than getting arrested by hacking a police computer, kitten. I know you won't arrest me. Sansa sighs and ruffles Izuku's hair. Yeah, unless you get in trouble again. Izuku thinks about that for a bit before he voices his concern. What about the bad feelings I told you about? What if something happens when I go out? The police officer tilts his head and gives Izuku a soft meow. Should I go with you? I've noticed you looking quite bored here. It might be better if you find something fun outside. Or we could find a place for your training. You've been asking about it for a while now. He totally forgot about training. So not only does Izuku have to find his soulmate, he has to train to be a hero as well. No. You don't have to, Sansa. I bothered you so much already. Izuku quickly waves the guy off. He doesn't need to put more burdens on Sansa. Sansa stares at him in consideration, but the action gets cut short by an intern running towards them. Officer Sansa, Chief Tsurigame requests your presence on a new case. Sansa huffs in annoyance at the mention of the chief of police from Hosu. Izuku doesn't know where the rivalry of the two came from, but they've been like this since before Izuku got to know both of them. Or does it have to do with their cat and dog-related quirks? Kitten, I have to go now. Be safe and don't get in trouble. All right? Izuku doesn't get the chance to reply as the officer is already running off to the parking lot. Izuku sighs. It's only the two of us again, Draco. What should we do? Draco glides along Izuku's arms and settles himself on his palm. The snake flicks its tongue and blinks at Izuku cutely. That doesn't help, but Izuku can't expect much from a healing snake. Izuku looks through the window as the police cars pass by. He watches the dazzling blue and red lights from the sirens flashing across the road. Izuku stares at it unblinkingly. Why does that remind him of something? Siren lights flare when there's danger. His soul mark glows at random times. Is it random, though? Either the mark is sentient or Izuku is overthinking. Because the fire symbol glows again, and this time it's bright. Bright enough to light up the whole room that Izuku is in. What? Now it's time to panic. Okay. If the glow represents that his soulmate is in danger, then it wouldn't make sense, right? Like, think about it. Why would the bond even exist in the first place if it only makes you worry about your soulmate? What about it signals that your soulmate is close? Alright, that makes him less nervous. But it still won't help him with the issue of the intense glow of the mark. What are you saying, Izuku? Go out and find your soulmate. With determination, Izuku puts Draco on his head and storms out of the police station. The vibrant colors across the sky tell him that it's evening already. The sunset looks so pretty that Izuku would love to stay and watch, if not for the soul mark that glows brighter than the sun, taking all of his attention. His heart is racing to the thought of finding his soulmate today. Izuku actually doesn't know where he's going. Hell, he doesn't even know how he will know which one of these people he passes by is his soulmate. He just runs blindly through the streets, hoping to find something or someone. He stops after running nonstop for a while. Izuku pants hard as he finally takes a rest somewhere. He has definitely gone through every block in this part of Mizudafu. But of course, the universe hates him and doesn't want him to be happy as he doesn't see his soulmate around. Izuku is thankful for Naomasa and Draco, but if the universe liked him, he wouldn't have had to lose his mother in the first place. Draco leans down and licks Izuku's forehead. He will take that as the snake wants to comfort him. Izuku just wants to find the person who will understand him the most. Even if they don't, Izuku would still try his best to be there for his soulmate. And he hopes the same goes to them. He looks up to the sky once more, and that's when he sees it. Smoke rises up in the distance, spreading across the sky. Izuku's eyes widen the second he catches a glimpse of blue and indigo. His feet move on their own. By the time he realizes what's happening, Izuku is already staring at the devastated conflagration. He freezes as he watches the blue fire from his nightmare incinerate Sokoto Hill. Even from far away, Izuku can feel the intense heat radiating from the forest. He feels Draco's tail poking his arm. The snake is curling around the soul mark that glows the brightest Izuku has ever seen. He looks up at the scene, then looks back down to his mark. His mind connects everything together and the result makes him visibly pale. No. His mom is lying on the floor. Fire surrounds them both and it burns. Draco, what should I do? I can't. Izuku grits his teeth as the tears form. He needs to call someone. Heroes. Yes, they're everywhere in this part of the city. Izuku looks around frantically. People are gathering around the area. He can spot some of the pros standing there as well. Izuku quickly runs up to them. Hiro-san, there's someone in the F-fire. Please, help. Izuku cries as soon as he reaches the group. A pink-haired woman with glasses looks at him shocked and crouches down to talk with him properly. Are you sure? We will call backdraft and the water hose immediately. The other man, with antlers on his head, immediately brings out his phone. But they won't be here in time. But if you don't help now, they will die. Izuku stammers, trying his best to get the heroes to move. He clutches their shirt tight, hoping they will try to do something. There must be a pool or a quicker way to stop the fire. What about the firefighters? Kid, calm down. Firefighters will be here in 10. Backdraft will be here in 15. We can't do anything but wait. Our quirks aren't suitable to be in the fire. The woman tries to be reasonable, but Izuku's brain already comes up with many solutions that are better than standing here and doing nothing. No. And maybe you can use the fire hydrant? Anyone have a water manipulation quirk? A familiar-looking, silver-haired stranger speaks up, agreeing with him. The bystanders start asking questions as well. The heroes frown at them. Everyone chill out. Can't we wait just a little bit more? Yes, we can use the fire hydrant. But isn't it better if we wait for the right heroes to do their job? The man says. Something inside Izuku snaps. There's literally someone inside the fire, and they expect him to wait. They won't even try to help. Izuku slowly steps back from the crowd. No one seems to notice him yet. He has a plan, a really stupid and reckless plan. But the most important thing is Izuku just realized that he does have a quirk. A suitable quirk, just like the heroes said. He looks at the raging fire. Alright, he can do this. We won't lose anyone else to a fire. This isn't a time to be scared now. Draco slithers down Izuku's arm and curls himself around one of the branches. Izuku tears up again. Draco, stay here. Okay? I will be back soon, I promise. When he turns back around, he makes eye contact with one of the people. Shinsuke-san, if he recalls correctly. Shinsuke's face fills with horror when the guy realizes what Izuku's intention is. As the man steps forward, Izuku doesn't wait and turns back to the forest. Kid! Izuku doesn't pay any attention to the calls. He runs. Of course that bastard old man doesn't come. Tuya should have known from the start. No matter what Tuya does, it won't ever change the fact that he's a failure that nobody wants, even his own father. But it hurts. It hurts to acknowledge it. His stupid tears won't stop falling. Tuya feels like he's breaking apart. Blue flames lick over his cheeks, following the path of the tear tracks before dripping down onto the ground. Like fire meets gasoline. His quirk latches onto the dry kindling and spreads through the trees and leaves. He gasps as the fire spirals out of control. A small little flame from Tuya forms into a big wildfire. It's quick to further engulf the whole forest. Within a few minutes, he's surrounded by scorching fire. It's like Tuya is in hell. He doesn't know if his cries and screams are from his shattered heart or from the immense pain he feels now. Every injury he has ever gotten can't even come close to what's happening right now. And the pain. Tuya screeches as one of the branches from above falls on him. It's big enough to hit and send him down to the ground. His chin throbs in pain and he can feel the blood dripping onto his hand. Everything is so overwhelming. The pain, the blood soaking his shirt. Tears, blood, and burns cover him. And he's alone, all by himself, and he's waiting for an inevitable death. What about? An image of his soul mark appears and Tuya looks down. Because his surroundings and the mark almost have the same color, Tuya fails to see the glow of the turquoise symbol. Fuck. What about his platonic soulmate? Why Tuya? Why? He needs to meet them. Tuya needs to meet someone who will understand him. He can't give up now. No. He sobs. He can't feel anything anymore. But he wants to live. Live to meet his soulmate and hope they will understand each other's feelings. But he can't. Tuya doesn't have the strength to stand up. Someone, please. He wants to live. Please. Owlmate. What? Tuya tries to see past the tears and the raging fire, but only finds a blurry image of blue and green. Someone collides with him. Is this a hallucination? He knows that a lack of oxygen can cause them. But this is too cruel. Why an image of his soulmate of all things? Hands reach Tuya and clutch his shirt tight. Soulmate, please. Hey. Tuya coughs. Wow. I really am dying. Can't believe the world hates me so much that they give me one last chance to see you. The boy? In front of him gasps. What? You need to get out of here, then we can talk more, alright? Come on. Tuya lets himself fall onto the person in front of him. He sees a glimpse of green hair and freckles. His soulmate is adorable. Tuya can't believe that they will never meet again after this. Small hands carefully hold his face. And now Tuya is staring at a child. Listen, I'm real. This isn't a dream. We need to get out of here. The kid cries. Tuya's heart breaks at the tears. Wait. What? His vision seems to be able to focus now. He stares at the green-haired boy who looks scared to death. Please, we can do whatever you want after this. But can you please not give up now? I am here. His hand reaches up to touch the boy's hand on Tuya's face. All of a sudden, everything goes quiet. The only thing he can see and hear is his soulmate. His soulmate is here. The boy in front of Tuya is real. Tuya reaches his other hand out and wipes the tears off of the kid's face. Feels the wetness on his fingers. It's real. A sense of safety washes through him, in contrast to the dangers around them. Tuya doesn't feel the heat of the wildfires anymore. The only thing he can feel is the warmth of his platonic soulmate's smaller hand. Tuya realizes he's crying again, but this time it isn't because he's in pain. He chokes back a sob as the boy gives him a small smile and intertwines their fingers. Both of them don't realize that their soul marks are touching, and the marks reach out to each other. The kid stands and pulls him up as well. The blood on his face soaks them both, but neither of them seems to mind. Tuya stumbles just a bit as he still can't quite wrap his mind around the fact that his soulmate is really here. Why are you here? No. Why and how did you even come up here? Do you want to die too? He manages to ask before he devolves into a coughing fit. The boy winces as he lets Tuya lean on him and is now trying to drag Tuya out. See, can we not talk right now? You're heavy and we need to get out of here before the fire spreads more. Tuya really wants to laugh, but his throat hurts from how thirsty he is, not to mention the amount of smoke he has inhaled. He doesn't have the strength to walk either. Every step he takes makes the burns hurt more. It's a miracle that he hasn't passed out yet. Tuya doesn't know if they will make it out or not. Why does his soulmate look fine? There's no discomfort on that baby face. There's fire and determination in those bright green eyes. He can hear his heart pounding in his ears. And this close, he can hear the kid's as well. Beads of sweat form on the kid's forehead. Tuya's soulmate leads them through the fire with difficulty. Fire is everywhere and the path they take is filled with trees that can tumble down any time. His body aches from walking so far. Sweat drops onto the ground from the scorching heat. This is the fastest they can go, yet Tuya hates that he's the one who slows them both down. Oh no! His soulmate stops suddenly. Tuya doesn't need to look up as he hears the fire crackling and the heat getting more intense. This is where they die, isn't it? Ah, kid, you shouldn't have come here. He can't even finish the sentence as a wave of flames swallow them both. Chapter 5. Warm. That shouldn't be the feeling that Izuku is supposed to feel when he and his platonic soulmate are getting burned alive in the middle of the forest. Hell, Izuku shouldn't have the capability to feel warm or hot at all due to his fire resistance quirk. But here he is trying to cover the older with his small frame. Maybe the blue fire is too hot and exceeds the limit of Izuku's quirk? He once again can't do anything except shield the older boy from the fire. He knows it's useless. Izuku knows he's useless. He drags both of them through the sea of flames. He can't see anything except the image that flashes in his mind of his mother in the same exact situation. Izuku is afraid to look down, scared to see another person he can't save. So he doesn't. Izuku looks forward and keeps walking. His quirk is a godsend, but if he's the only one alive, then the quirk is not enough. A cough brings Izuku back to the present. Ah fuck, now this is real. We're dead, aren't we? His soulmate groans, ignoring the shock on Izuku's face while blood drips down the older boy's chin. Oh no, that's a serious injury. Is it broken? But wait. If the fire was hurting him before, how come the white-haired boy isn't dead yet? Piercing blue eyes turn to look at him with a frown. Kid, what are you mumbling of? His soulmate can't even finish his sentence before he starts coughing again. Okay, Izuku really needs to get them out of here. He can question all of this later. Izuku sighs as he finally reaches a part of the area where there's less fire. And there isn't that much smoke either. He doesn't feel sorry when he drops his soulmate on the ground. While the boy is gathering himself, Izuku leans on a tree and wipes away all the sweat from his face. It's the most uncomfortable thing ever to not feel the heat but still produce sweat. The human body is weird. He turns back to the older boy. Are you all right now? We're dead. Does that sound all right to you? The boy closes his eyes and seems to be giving up on life already. Now that Izuku has had time to rest and think clearly, his mind immediately goes to figuring out why the fire doesn't hurt his soulmate anymore. Unlike earlier when Izuku just arrived, where his soulmate screamed in agony as the blue flames hurt him, now the fire seems to be causing just a mild discomfort. And because Izuku's mind is running so fast, he finally figures it out. They're quirk-sharing soulmates. Izuku doesn't know how, but somehow their soul bonds must have bonded? So maybe the older boy now has Izuku's quirk? Izuku glances back to see the guy just sitting there, clutching his injured arm. He doesn't seem to be in pain from the fire anymore. Izuku quickly gathers his confidence and walks up to his platonic soulmate. Hey! He calls, feeling something warm inside himself again when their eyes meet. Izuku ignores the feeling for now. The white-haired boy raises his eyebrows. What? Are we going to heaven now? Izuku resists the urge to cry at how persistent the older boy is about the thought of them dying. Maybe he has a concussion. Izuku is unsure himself if they will die or not. Listen, we are not dead. The boy opens his mouth, but Izuku cuts him off. I don't know how much you know about this whole soulmate thing, but believe me when I say you have my quirk right now. And we need to get out of here before the heroes show up. Kid dash. I'm 9. The guy rolls his eyes as he finally stands up. He walks towards Izuku warily and stops in front of him. Izuku watches quietly as his platonic soulmate slowly lifts his uninjured hand, the one with the soul mark, and brushes away the ashes on Izuku's hair. They stare at each other for a moment before the boy sighs and grabs Izuku's hand. Okay, I guess I'm alive. I'm gonna get us out of this forest and question everything later. He doesn't wait for Izuku to reply and instead drags Izuku along. Izuku watches in awe as the older boy easily leads him through the fire and woods. From the shock on his soulmate's face, he probably feels the same. They both stumble their way out within a short period of time, far away and safe from the fire. His platonic soulmate lets go of Izuku and falls face first onto the ground. Izuku lets out a quiet yelp and quickly goes to check on him. "Are you all right?" Izuku asks while trying to find any new injuries that might have appeared while they were trying to leave. The white-haired boy closes his eyes and lets Izuku prop him up from the ground. "Ugh. I feel like I'm gonna pass out any second. Kid, it's up to you now." Izuku whines. The only thing he can help with is using his quirk to get them away. What can he do now? He didn't even think of the consequences of running up here in the first place. Hospital? He asks uncertainty. No! The sudden shout makes Izuku flinch. Turquoise eyes fill with vulnerability and fear. It's the same Izuku felt when he saw the fire burning the other boy's skin earlier. Izuku's heart breaks at the sight. He doesn't want his soulmate to look like that. Okay, no hospital. Let me think. He looks around to see that there's no one in sight, which means that Izuku has to find a way home by himself. Not to mention that there's an injured person he'll have to carry, and he has to find his pet snake as well. Sirens blare somewhere in the distance. He assumes that heroes and firefighters have already arrived at the forest. So Izuku definitely can't go back that way. He really doesn't want to leave Draco behind, but he can't leave his soulmate alone out here. Hey, do you want to wait here or do you want to come with me? Izuku points to the other side of the gate. I left my pet there. I'll be quick. The older boy just nods his head. Izuku will take that as a yes. He quickly runs off, paying close attention to his surroundings. A group of heroes crash through the bushes in front of Izuku, and he has to hide behind one of the bushes when he spots them. He tries to keep looking for Draco, but it's hard enough when you need to hide from the heroes as well. He crouches behind a big tree when suddenly something falls on his back. Izuku yelps but quickly slaps his hand over his mouth to stop the noise coming out. A surge of relief washes over him as he feels the smooth and cool scales of Draco draping around his neck. Draco leans over and flicks its tongue at Izuku's dirty cheek. Ashes cover his entire body and Izuku feels bad. He should have left the snake at the police station. Sorry, Draco. I'll clean you up later. With his task done, Izuku quietly makes his way back. He gasps when he sees that his soulmate is already gone. But with those injuries, he can't have gone that far. Izuku looks back at the forest one last time before deciding that it's finally time to leave. The sound of water extinguishing the fire can be heard from here. Izuku should really get away from this area. The feeling of Draco's weight on his shoulders calms him just a bit. Even with him being a 9-year-old boy whose clothes are ruined by the fire running around the block trying to find a lost person. This is probably the weirdest sight to see if someone passes by. But lucky him, all the people around this area probably gathered around the forest. So Izuku takes his sweet time walking in and out of different alleys. The sun disappears from the horizon, and Izuku should really be back home right now. We should head home. It's a little too late to be outside. He mumbles while looking at the soon-to-be night sky. The snake suddenly flicks its tongue and taps Izuku's arm rapidly. Draco lets out a hiss and Izuku turns in that direction. If Draco didn't have a healing quirk, Izuku would have thought he had an intelligence quirk. He turns the corner and finally finds his missing soulmate sitting in a dark alley. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief and slowly approaches the older boy, who also sighs when he notices Izuku. The white-haired boy huffs. I thought I was getting away. You're not going anywhere without me. Long gone was the nervousness. Izuku walks over and helps him up from the ground. He eyes the injuries, noting that the blood has dried but still looks painful. Where are we going? Alright, no hospital. Probably no heroes and police station as well. So that leaves the only option, Naomesa's apartment. My home, Izuku answers hesitantly. His soulmate says nothing for a while before he nods and follows Izuku out of the alley. He's no doubt exhausted from today. Izuku is bone-deep tired and is still shocked about what happened. The older boy is likely to be even more exhausted. They walk in silence until they arrive home. Izuku decides to say something when they stop. "I am Izuku. Midoriya Izuku." Izuku doesn't look at the other boy's reaction. But it's probably a good thing because suddenly there's a hand that lands on his hair, ruffling it lightly. "Call me Tuya," his platonic soulmate replies. "Tuya," Izuku repeats. Sounds like the name of Izuku's soon-to-be brother. Ever since the moment he first met All Might, Enji couldn't think of a time where he stopped thinking about the man. The feelings vary between admiration, awe, and respect, to envy, jealousy, and bitterness. He thought that all those ugly feelings would stop when they graduated from UA because they would certainly never see each other again. But then All Might chooses to come back from America, and suddenly the hopeful dream of Endeavor becoming the #1 hero feels so far away. No matter how hard he trained or how many villains he captured, nothing would help him surpass All Might. And then All Might has to go beyond and become the symbol of peace, standing alone at the top of the pyramid. Enji could only watch as his one-sided rival rose and rose, leaving him in the dust. He isn't sure when the thought of surpassing All Might was the only thing he thought about when it comes to being a hero. He remembers his father's words about how being a hero isn't about comparison and competition. And when he stops and thinks, the only question is, why was he so obsessed with surpassing All Might in the first place? But that's just a thought. His goal will always be the same, to become the #1 hero. That's probably why. All Might is just an obstacle that Enji needs to pass. Even if that obstacle is an unbreakable pillar that Endeavor could never replicate. And that ambition carried on until Tuya was born. No, Enji didn't have that thought when he married Rei. Even though it was an arranged marriage, he thoroughly loves the woman. She is everything he could have asked for, and so were his children. But as he stared at the powerful flames that Tuya created when he first got his quirk, the only thing he could think about was how perfect it was. Perfect to fight and win against All Might. Regret isn't something that Enji knows. Yet as time passes by, the feeling continues to grow. He regrets filling his son's brain with unnecessary ambition. He should have stopped at Endeavor. Endeavor should never pass on the awful mindset of surpassing someone to a kid so young. Look where it leads, to the point where there's no family in the house anymore. Enji being a bad person and ultimately a bad father didn't stop at Tuya. Because the moment he saw Shudo's perfectly split hair, he knew immediately that his youngest son would be the masterpiece he was looking for. After all, 2 quirks will always be better than 1. He should have realized his mistake when he brushed Tuya off the first time. Honestly, he should have noticed the subtle shift in behavior of everyone in the household, especially Rei. She looks miserable. She can't even look him in the eyes anymore. If Enji comes up with a list about all the things he did that ruined his family, the list would go on forever. He watched as Tuya burned himself and repeatedly got injured. Enji can't help but feel angry. Angry at Tuya for his stubbornness. He told the boy countless times that the quirk is hurting him and he can't continue training like this. He's angry that he's the one who made Tuya the way he is. He's angry that he can't fix it at all. He's angry that even though it's all his fault, he still lashed out at Tuya and Rei without thinking properly. Enji thinks that he really needs some anger management, or maybe therapy. He can't let everything become worse than this. He knows it means nothing to the whole mess that he caused, but his family deserves at least to hear some apologies. Maybe he could leave them alone after this as well. His mind supports his statement by replaying the event that happened before. The way he snapped at Tuya and the way his son's eyes filled with hurt and betrayal. The way he ran away because of Enji. God, how often did something like this happen? Every time he scolds Tuya, does the boy run away? What about his injuries? Who takes care of them? Did he come back yet? Shudo, we can stop here today, Enji says as he picks up a cool water bottle from the floor and hands it to Shudo. Shudo stops dead in his tracks. His son stares at him with wide eyes and mouth agape. Father. Enji sighs. Just go play with your siblings or something. But it's only the afternoon, Shudo exclaims and quickly slaps a hand over his mouth. Enji winces. Everything is all his fault. I'll leave you to do the cooldowns. We'll talk later. Shudo looks at him like he just grew a second head but still follows his usual cooldown routine. Enji watches him for a bit before he walks out of the training room. He should start by talking with Rei, then they can go from there. He comes into the living room to find Tuya waiting for him on the couch. Enji notices that almost his entire hair has turned white. The boy looks just like his mother. Tuya perks up when he sees Enji. His oldest son walks up to him while smiling. He has a bad feeling about what's going to happen. Dad, come with me to Sokoto Hill. He stares down at Tuya blankly. He can't stop from feeling enraged by hearing that. Why can't he understand that it's dangerous to continue to train? Stop. Stop. Don't say anything disheartening. Something amazing happened to my Quirk. You have to come and see it. I'm sure not even you or Shudo can do it. And if you see it, you will finally realize that I wasn't a mistake. Come now. With that, Tuya rushes out of the house, heading towards the hill that he trains at unsupervised. Rei, who Enji just realized has been standing there the whole time, lets out a sob. He can't continue like this. He won't survive long enough to get into the hero industry dash. She mutters loud enough for him to hear. Fuyumi hides behind her while clutching her mother's skirt. Should I follow him? The words leave his mouth without so much thought. Rei snaps her head up to look at him in shock. She opens her mouth and closes it. Enji. He smothers a sigh and turns to look at her. Do you think I should follow him? Rei is still looking at him with wide eyes. But thankfully she finally answers. I don't know, Enji. If you follow him, wouldn't that encourage him to continue like this? His mouth tightens into a thin line. While he agrees with his wife, he doesn't want to ignore Tuya again. He has been doing that since they discovered that the quirk hurt the boy. The behavior also worsened when Shudo got his quirk. Should I continue to brush aside Tuya? I realize that it's not okay, the things I've done. Rei just stands there, staring at him without saying anything. The awkward silence would have lasted forever if not for Shudo joining them at that moment. Oka-san, I finished training early. Shudo strolls in and stops, blinking at everyone standing there in the living room. Shudo! Fuyumi runs up to her younger brother, glancing at her parents in confusion. Enji resists the urge to sigh again. Why don't you kids go get ready and we'll get, ice cream? Yeah, you guys go do that. I want to talk to your mother for a moment. But you said I can't eat sweet things, Shudo says hesitantly. But Fuyumi smiles and quickly tugs her brother along with her. Come on, Shudo, before Oda-san changed his mind. I'll get Natsu. With the children gone, Enji turns his attention back to Rei, who still studies him with an unreadable expression. Why now? She asks quietly. I don't know. You don't know? Look, we can talk about this later. I'm worried about Tuya. It's been ages since he and Rei really talked to each other, and he doesn't think that they both want to have that conversation yet. She frowns and fiddles with her shirt. He's been going to that hill for years now. Ever since you stopped training him, he just trains alone. I tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't listen to me. Enji, you're the only person who can talk to him. You should have seen all those injuries. I can't watch him be like this any longer. Enji clenches his fist. He still wants to beat All Might? No, Rei shakes her head. He continues to train because he wants to surpass Shudo. He just wants your attention back. Fuck, what has he done? If he follows Tuya, it would mean that hurting himself will successfully bring Enji's approval. But if he doesn't, wouldn't that mean he abandons Tuya again? Whatever you choose to do, I'll trust you, Ray adds after Enji goes quiet. She doesn't look at him, but she walks closer and reaches her hand out. She carefully places it on top of his own. I don't know what happened to you, but if you really want to do something, I'll try to give you a chance, she says unsurely. I really don't want to forgive you. The last part probably isn't for him to hear, but still Enji is speechless. He takes a step towards her, but Ray flinches back. It's a small movement, but that's all it takes for him to feel ashamed. All right, he says instead. Let's wait for Tuya to come back and we'll have a talk with him. Together. Okay. Are you sure you don't want to check on him? He massages his temple tiredly. If I follow him, then he'll think that hurting himself can bring me to him. I need to teach him how to lower the temperature of his fire. Yes, that's it. Enji. Ray isn't brave enough to say more, but she sighs and walks past him. Let's just go and see our kids. Natsuo's favorite ice cream shop is nearby. With finding the children and all the walking, time passes quickly. As they're heading back home, he looks up at the sky and finds that it's already evening. Isn't this too late? Enji freezes when Ray suddenly speaks up. She doesn't pay attention to him, only looking at her hands which are holding Shudo and Natsuo's. Too late to save Tuya, or too late to try and fix the family? But before his thoughts could spiral out even more, he notices that it's already the golden hour, and that it's been too long since Tuya left. There isn't a sign of someone coming back to the house through the front gate. He's not back yet? I don't think so. It's too quiet. Then his nose picks up the smell of smoke. Did you leave something on the stove? No, and we're outside. At that moment, they both stop. Only one thing occurs to them. They turn to the direction of Sokoto Hill. The picture they see will haunt them for a very long time. The hill is encompassed by a blue fire. The whole city is painted in different shades of blue. Enji's face morphs into something resembling horror. Tuya! Ray cries, startling the children. Enji doesn't wait for her and rushes as fast as possible back down the street. Watch the kids and call the ambulance, he shouts back and summons his fire. He maneuvers himself up onto the roof and keeps running and leaping. He can't slow down. The hill was supposed to be close to their house, but it's taking him forever to reach it. When he arrives, he maneuvers through the forming crowd and pushes his way to the front, just in time to see another massive wave of flames consume the forest. At this point, Enji doesn't care what he looks like to others. He falls onto his knees and he screams, Tuya ah! Naomasa glances at the number 2 hero next to him. Endeavor looks nothing like the ambitious and prideful man he sees when they cross each other in the field. The man next to him looks disoriented. He's out of his hero costume, hair unkempt and barefoot. His blank face gives nothing away, but the hero's eyes are filled with dread and fear. Naomasa arrived there just after the team of firefighters had put out the fire. He didn't notice the fire hero at first. He thought it was another fire from one Midoriya Hisashi, but after asking some questions to the bystanders, he gathered it was an accident. Only one person can confirm the identity of the person who started the fire. The person is Haruki Shinsuke. According to the man, the distinctive color of the flame leaves no doubt that it's one of the Todoroki kids, specifically Tuya, because the kid himself has shown the man a new development of his quirk. Haruki-san's statement all registered as true, but that just raises more concern. Why did the kid never talk to his own family? A moment later, Endeavor himself confirms it. And since it's the number 2 hero, some HPSC people are quick to make an appearance. After an hour of talking, Naomasa's only duty is to finish all the paperwork and keep everything hidden. He doesn't understand why they need to keep this away from the public if it was an accident, but when Endeavor speaks up, he might have an idea. You should just arrest me, detective. Sorry? He asks, confused. Endeavor, you're still in shock. Why don't you calm down first, yeah? The man grips his hair in distress. No. You don't understand. All of this is my fault and I realized all of this too late and look what it caused me. My own son. True. Ah, Endeavor truly believes that statement. But even though the hero has something to do with it, the higher-ups probably won't let Naomasa question the number 2 hero. They'd rather keep him away from the case altogether rather than have to warn him about keeping it off the record later anyway. Naomasa says nothing. Endeavor probably doesn't want anyone comforting him right now. The Endeavor next to him doesn't look like he would care what Naomasa would say in comfort. We'll contact you when we find something. You should rest, Endeavor. With that, Naomasa tips his hat and quickly excuses himself. He really wants to look into this, but now that he has Izuku, he needs to be careful what moves he makes. He's already on a watch list after he looked into Hawks, after all. It's getting late and Naomasa isn't sure if there's food in the fridge. He makes his way back to his car and brings out his phone to call the kid. Izuku doesn't answer his call. Chapter 6. Tuya opens his eyes, staring right at a wall full of All Might posters. Even though his vision is still blurry, there's no way that Tuya would mistake that comforting and reassuring smile for something else. He blinks slowly, trying to get rid of the blurriness. He rolls around to try and get up from the bed, but regrets that decision immediately. Tuya lets out a hiss as pain blossoms over his entire body. The last thing he remembers, Tuya is pretty sure, was following his soulmate Midoriya home. But sometime after that, he must have blacked out. From exhaustion or loss of blood, he doesn't know. Tuya doesn't really want to recall the event earlier, so he won't. He looks around, trying to find something to distract himself with. His younger soulmate is nowhere to be found. Judging from the night sky, it must have been a while since Midoriya helped him get away from the forest. He's in a white t-shirt and gray sweatpants that seems too big to be from a 9-year-old. His body is well bandaged, including his face as well. Those likely to have been done by the boy himself. It's kind of worrying for a boy his age to be able to treat injuries this good. He blinks lazily. If he can't get up, the only thing he can do is wait for his soulmate to come back. Tuya closes his eyes and tries to ignore all the throbbing of the burns. He doesn't even want to imagine all the scars he'll gain from this. A sudden cool sensation on his arm startles him. He opens his eyes and comes face to face with an almost mirror of his own blue eyes, but smaller and more predator-like. If Tuya could scream, he would, but the white-scaled snake that just slithered from his arm up to his abdomen and stopped to look at him makes Tuya still. He stares at the snake. It stares right back. The snake leans in, opens its mouth wide, and bites him on his chin. Tuya definitely screams this time. Izuku jumps as he hears the scream from his room. He abandons the soup on the stove and quickly rushes to his soulmate. He yanks the door open and screams as well. Oh no! Draco! Izuku literally throws himself at the bed and snatches the snake from his shocked soulmate. Draco looks at him with his adorable face and acts like nothing happened. They don't know the limit of Draco's quirk, yet so Izuku has been careful not to let the snake heal as he wants. He cradles the snake in his arms while inspecting him. Tuya groans, making Izuku's attention snap to him. Are you okay? Izuku asks. He walks over and helps the older boy to sit up. Tuya grits his teeth but doesn't even make a sound. Is the snake venomous? Izuku quickly hands him a bottle of water. Or am I going to die from this instead? The white-haired boy takes a sip slowly, then chugs the entire bottle. Izuku sighs. Well, no. Then he realizes something. But, are you aware of what, happened to your jaw? Tuya crosses his arm. I don't even want to remember. Just tell me. Well, when I found you, you might hit it really hard and… Damn, Izuku really doesn't want to talk about it. This might haunt him for a while. When he was in that forest, the only thing he focused on was to get both of them out alive. But when everything passed, Izuku got the chance to see the extent of the damage. The burns are to be expected, but the worst part is that a part of Tuya's jaw was gone. Like literally gone. Izuku's face was white as a sheet when he noticed the bone and some parts of his teeth. He doesn't know how he was able to stay calm and able to treat every injury without freaking out. But he's thankful for himself so much. And your jaw is broken and some part is literally gone. Izuku doesn't bother to look at the horror in Tuya's eyes. He grabs the older boy's arm before he could touch his bandaged face. But I have great news though, he quickly adds before the boy passes out again. What? You can't tell anyone else, okay? Izuku squeezes his arm lightly, signaling that he's quite serious about it. The boy huffs. I have no one, kid. That's concerning. Okay. So, this is Draco. The snake pokes its head out from Izuku's unruly curls. He has a healing quirk, and I think he just used his quirk again. Izuku untangles the snake from his hair and carefully drops him back into his nest. He walks back to Tuya and slowly unties the bandage, revealing a perfectly healed face with some fading burn scars along the lower half. I usually stop him before he uses his quirk. I don't know his limits and it's safer if he doesn't use it at all. The older boy listens to his ramble quietly while waiting for the bandages to come off. Do you have a mirror or something? Tuya asks after Izuku finishes cleaning it. He must not be able to move that much due to other burns, which means that Draco didn't go all the way with its quirk then. Here, look. Izuku opens one of the drawers next to the bed and picks up a small mirror, holding it up for Tuya to see. The boy shakily caresses his face and looks at the snake astonishingly. Holy shit, Tuya whispers. I think it healed some of my old scars as well. Really? That's great. And Draco probably will be super hungry later. Izuku turns to his soulmate and gives him a small smile. Are you hungry? I made miso soup. I can bring it here if you want. Tuya's stomach rumbles and the older boy huffs in embarrassment while averting his eyes. Yes, please. Izuku's smile widens. The kid comes back with bowls of warm rice and miso soup. Tuya realizes that he hasn't eaten anything since this morning. He tries to lift his arms, but the burns fucking throb. He winces as he drops his hand. Should I feed you? The younger boy suggests hesitantly. Without waiting for an answer, Midoriya brings a chair out to sit down and scoops up a spoonful of rice, putting it in front of his mouth. Tuya sighs and accepts it. While he's chewing, he thinks he should really start a conversation with how awkward all of this is. Midoriya probably thinks the same, because the boy suddenly speaks up. So, why were you in the forest? Nope, not answering that. I'll pass on that question. Midoriya pouts but doesn't push for more. Tuya gulps down the soup and asks what's bothering him for a while now. Can you tell me about this whole soulmate thing? And what did you mean when you said I have your quirk? He didn't pay it any mind when Midoriya told him when they were in that fire. But come to think of it, that's likely the reason why he's still alive. Midoriya perks up. The green-haired boy stands up and runs to his bookshelf. He picks one of the notebooks and comes to open it on top of Tuya's lap. The title on the first page reads Soulmate Analysis. There's a paragraph about different types of soulmate bonds on there, but Izuku points at the next page. Quirk-sharing soulmates. Believe it or not, Tuya actually has no idea about all of this. He never researched or looked into it at all. Training to please his father clouded his mind too much. So I have your quirk now? He asks while trying to summon a small fire on his finger. Midoriya yelps and clasps their hands together. You're still injured, and I'm sure you won't even notice if my quirk works or not, because it will hurt anyway with the burns and dash. Tuya blinks at the younger boy. Geez, Midoriya, calm down, kid. Why don't you try my quirk then? He suggests. Midoriya looks excited, but tears form in his big green eyes. Tuya can't remember the last time he dealt with someone crying, so he tries his best to move his hand to pat the boy on his arm. Hey, why were you crying? His voice has gone softer, trying to not be a bad guy who's making his soulmate cries. Now Midoriya looks like the kid he's supposed to be. So different from the brave boy who rescued Tuya from the hot fire that was burning him. The boy hiccups, wiping away his tears, but they just keep coming. I just realized why our soul bonds are rare. It's because our quirks are compatible. Like, your quirk hurts you, right? Tuya nods, trying to keep up with how fast Midoriya speaks. And like my quirk, it's fire resistance. He stops and stares at the smaller boy. My quirk is made for you. It's P-perfect. And I really want to be a hero too. But my quirk won't do much against bad people who don't have a fire quirk. Actually, I have a whole plan to learn a lot of quirkless fighting styles and stuff. I only found out about quirk sharing soulmates this year. Now I'm just overwhelmed? Your quirk is just so powerful and I have that now. And dash. His quirk. His quirk made someone cry about how good it is. Tuya doesn't even care that his quirk no longer hurts him. At that moment, all he can think about is how Midoriya will be the best hero out there with Tuya's quirk. He ignores his body that's screaming at him and surges forward to pull the boy into a tight hug. Midoriya hugs back hesitantly. Why you're hurt, Dash, who cares at this point? These are your happy tears, yeah? Tuya cuts him off as he pats his soulmate's back lightly. The green-haired boy nods against his body. The whole idea of him running away after this gets destroyed instantly. He wants to watch Midoriya grow and become successful with his quirk. Surpasses endeavor. No, Tuya isn't like that. No surpassing anyone or anything from now on. He sees now that all of those things were just making things worse. He can't believe that it takes him almost dying to finally realize that he should stop all of those ridiculous thoughts of making his father approve of him again. Tuya doesn't know what will happen with him in the future, but he is just gonna settle with the present for now. When are your parents coming home? He asks the boy after he stops crying. Midoriya carefully pulls himself out from the embrace and stands there fiddling with his all-might shirt. I don't know. I think he might have a night shift today. So they have some more time then. Do you want to know why I'm... He gestures to himself. Midoriya shakes his head, fluffy hair following the movement. Well, if you're not ready then we can do it another day. All right then, how about you try using my quirk instead? Well, our quirk? How does this sharing thing work anyway? Tuya settles back into the pillow behind him. He wants to see the boy using the fire. The green-haired boy picks up another notebook. Well, we somehow managed to bond to each other. That's why we're able to use our quirk. Yeah, let's just call it our quirks. Because we can use each other's quirk for as long as we're alive. So if I die, you can't use my quirk anymore? Midoriya closes the notebook. Yes. He'll make sure not to die after this then. So how does your quirk work? Izuku asks. It would be better if Tuya isn't injured, so he could show the boy how to use it. Are you sure you don't want Draco to use his quirk on me again? Tuya asks in reply just to be sure. The snake hears its name and leans his head over the glass tank, looking at them. No, Midoriya flexes his hand, and without warning, blue fire erupts from his palm. Midoriya screeches and quickly clasps his hands together to get rid of the fire. It does work apparently. Now that he thinks about it, Tuya can't do something like that. His fire would have burned his hands. But Midoriya has fire resistance, doesn't he? Oh, that was intense. I actually feel a little bit warm. So that means blue fire is hot enough to almost reach the limit of my quirk then. What's hotter than blue? White? I don't want to test that out, Dash. Tuya watches Midoriya mutter and pace around the room while writing something in his notebook. Damn, this boy is fascinating. He seems smart for a kid his age. Not that Tuya knows what he's talking about. Shudo doesn't even interact with him that much, so he doesn't know what a 9-year-old is like. Like Endeavor, right? Tuya is pretty sure he flinches just a little. He quickly shifts his face back before Midoriya notices it. I don't think Endeavor can make fire this hot every time, he half-heartedly answers. But of course, the smart boy that he is notices his mood change. Oh, I guess you don't like Endeavor. My dad's friend doesn't like him too, you know? He said that the hero burned his fur once. Tuya just realized that all the mumbling that's been increasing since the beginning means that Midoriya is getting more comfortable with him. Of course, Tuya has listened to every single thing he says. Not only is it informative, but it's actually kinda entertaining as well. And he's so glad that the green-haired boy's favorite hero isn't Endeavor. Who knows how heartbreaking it would be to know what the real number 2 hero is like. You're better than him, Tuya says casually, motioning the boy to continue to feed him. Midoriya walks back over and holds the bowl with both of his hands. It's gone cold. I wonder what'll happen when I do this. The kid ignites his hands once more, making the soup boil immediately. The bubbles pop and splatter all over his small hands and arms. His platonic soulmate doesn't even blink or flinch, but instead smiles astonished at that. Ooh, that's convenient. I have to learn how to make it smaller. After a long one-sided discussion, he finally finishes his dinner. But they literally don't have anything to do at this point. So Tuya just sits there listening to Midoriya's mumbles while the boy does his homework. It would have been a peaceful night, but suddenly a door unlocking can be heard from the entrance. Midoriya's head snaps up and the boy quickly stops what he's doing. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm actually dead. He dashes across the room and pulls a comforter to cover Tuya entirely. Kid, what are you doing? Tuya can't even reach up to touch the thick fabric. The sensation of the burn stretching is not fun. The kid doesn't answer him, but he can hear the faint sound of the door closing and Midoriya's faraway voice. Tuya, whatever you do, just don't come out, okay? And then he's gone. Does Tuya look like he can move? No. Izuku makes sure everything looks perfectly normal before quickly running up to Naomasa. He puts on a smile and helps the detective carry his documents. Hey Izuku, have you eaten anything yet? Oh, you made miso soup. Naomasa greets while looking at the kitchen. Izuku drops the papers on the table and nods. Yeah, but I'm still hungry though. There's not much in the fridge. I bought Korean food on the way back. Is that okay? Izuku can smell jjajangmyeon from the takeout container, and his mouth waters. With all the stuff he did after he arrived home, Izuku only got to shower, take care of Tuya's wounds, and make him an easy meal, and that's it. He waits hungrily as Naomasa hands him a pair of chopsticks. They sit and start eating. Naomasa, as always, asks how his day goes. So, how was your day? Did Sansa take care of you well? Izuku swallows. It's been good. But Sansa had to leave earlier because Chief Tsurigame wants him in a new case. Naomasa drums his finger lightly on the table. So you were alone the whole day? Bad start. Bad start. This can lead him straight to Tuya. And no, I'm with Draco. He doesn't like leaving me, you know that. While the detective looks back down to eat his food, Izuku takes a glance at his room. Leaving Draco with an injured person doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh no. That snake is so attached to you. It's adorable to see. Naomasa chuckles while picks up a dumpling and drops it on Izuku's plate. Izuku thanks him and tries to change the subject. What about you? I thought you had a night shift. Naomasa sighs. Well, I suppose too. But there was an accident in the area and I got a call. He suddenly stops eating. Wait. Is close to where you were. Are you aware of the fire at the Sokoto Peak? This is where Izuku dies, isn't it? But maybe if he doesn't talk about it too much. Ah yes, I saw the smoke in the distance. I got called to the place. I should be on the case as well, but some people don't like having a lie detector around. Ah, interesting. It won't hurt if he asks just a bit more, right? Is it something to do with, the higher-ups? Another quick look at his room. Izuku really hopes Draco won't bite Tuya again. Naomasa snorts. Wow, kid. You always know too much. I guess I can tell you since I didn't sign any NDA. Sometimes Naomasa doesn't even speak to him like he's 9 years old. Not that Izuku minds, it's more fun this way. There's a hero involved, and they think that their kid has something to do with the fire. Yeah, That doesn't sound too good for Tuya at all. Then there's this civilian who can confirm the identity of the kid as well. I think you know him if I remember correctly. Izuku gulps. A trickle of sweat runs down the sides of his face slowly. Who? Haruki Shinsuke. The one who you gave my number to. Naomasa finishes his last bite and starts looking through his papers. Oh shit. Did he just say a bad word? Did Shinsuke-san rat him out? Izuku quickly finishes his food. What did he say? He asks, trying not to sound too curious. He just said that he knows the kid. The color of the fire is very distinctive, so we can confirm the identity pretty quickly. Wow. Even the fire is unique? Izuku fiddles with his hands while looking back briefly at his room again. But that's it? That's the only thing that he said? Yes, that's it. Is there anything else you want to hear? And why do you keep looking back at your room anyway? I don't think you have anything to hide. Naomasa says it humorously, but Izuku doesn't find it funny at all. He really needs to stop mumbling. He smiles at the detective. Ah ha ha. Of course not, Naomasa. Oh wait. Abort. Abort. Naomasa blinks and stares at him. Izuku scrambles out of his seat and just hurries to clean up the table. He can still feel the detective's eyes on him. That for sure rang as a lie. He really wishes Naomasa won't question him. Izuku finishes his task and the guy turns off the lights in the kitchen and living room. I have paperwork to finish. You're going to be in your room. Yeah. The black-haired man shoos him away. Izuku doesn't question it and walks as normally as possible back to his room. Naomasa follows him and yes, he almost passes Izuku's room. The man stops in front of him and ruffles his hair. Good night, Izuku. Izuku sighs with relief internally. Good night, detective. But then Naomasa stops. His eyes flicker to Izuku's door then back down at him. Oh please. Are you injured? I think I smell some antiseptic somewhere. The detective looks around then grabs the handle of his door. Without thinking, Izuku inserts himself between the man and his room. Naomasa's smile disappears and confusion replaces it. He tries to open the door but Izuku keeps blocking him. Izuku, can I take a look in your room? Just a peek then I'll leave you alone. Izuku doesn't move. Ah, Naomasa. My room is really messy. Maybe you should sleep first then come in tomorrow? Maybe? The detective doesn't seem impressed with his answer. And there's a little bit of hurt in his dark eyes. Izuku immediately feels guilty. Kid, you know that my quirk is always active, yeah? Izuku nods mutely, not looking up from the floor. Naomasa sighs and crouches down to look Izuku in his eyes. Izuku, I know you're a good kid. Please tell me if there's something wrong. When Izuku doesn't answer, the man breathes in and frowns. Kid, please. You're fire-resistant and I can smell burns and smoke in there. You're not burning down our apartment, are you? The detective jokes. Izuku thinks that it doesn't help him feel any better. Izuku inhales shakily but still refuses to answer. If Naomasa finds Tuya, he doesn't want to think what will happen. And Tuya doesn't seem fond of the authorities. Izuku doesn't want to betray anyone's trust. Izuku. Naomasa covers Izuku's small hand with his big one. Listen, and don't tell Sansa I said this. He looks up at his dad with uncertainty. I love you, Izuku. You've been like a son to me since we first met. And you know what? You'll always come first, even before the law. Huh? Izuku gapes at the detective, shocked. If you do anything illegal, please just tell me. Okay? I said a line at drugs though. Please don't do that. Izuku lets out a chuckle. Okay, maybe he can trust Naomasa with this. Tuya and Izuku wouldn't be able to solve this problem on their own after all. But while Izuku lets his guard down, the detective pushes his way in. Izuku, for sure, screams just a little. What would you even hide from me? Oh, Naomasa stops. Tuya, with Draco hanging from his arm, whips his head to them with horror on his face. And Izuku, who happens to look at the papers Naomasa is holding, feels like everything is going so badly. The first page has the picture of the white-haired boy in front of them at the top, with the text Todoroki Tuya underneath it. Oh wow. Izuku wants to scream again. Chapter 7. Izuku nervously fiddles with one of his All Might figures as he waits for Naomasa to say something. He moves from the door to sit next to Tuya on the bed. His platonic soulmate looks stressed, his scarred hand shaking as he pets Draco's head gently. Naomasa stares at them with an unreadable expression. The silence stretches for a while before the detective sighs, making Izuku jump a little. Okay. The man runs a hand through his short hair tiredly. Just tell me what's going on here. I promise you guys, I will listen. Izuku presses his lips together, debating whether he should tell the detective or not. He didn't get the chance to talk to Tuya about all of this. He doesn't even know if the older boy is mad at him or not. How do I know that you'll believe what I say? Tuya asks, eyes wary. To be honest, Izuku doesn't blame him. Naomasa sighs and drags a chair towards them, but not too close. I'm Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. My quirk is called Lie Detector, he says while sitting on the chair. What you will say to me won't be on the record. This is just a parent asking for the sake of his son's safety and well-being. Tuya's body relaxes. He looks at Izuku's reassuring smile, then turns to the only adult in the room. Where should I start? Should the white-haired boy talk about him being a Todoroki? Or should Izuku just start talking about the whole soulmates thing? Izuku knows that Tuya doesn't really want to talk about his life. But now that they know who the boy really is, will Tuya reveal the truth? I was gonna tell Midoriya soon. But oh well. Yes, I'm Todoroki Tuya, and I'm the one who set the fire. Naomasa sucks in a breath. Izuku knows that the man wants his notepad to write all of this down. But because the detective is the best person in the world, he stays quiet and lets Tuya explain everything. I really don't want to go into details right now, but Draco pushes his little head against Tuya's palm. Izuku looks at them and decides to move closer to hold the older boy's hand. He gives Izuku a look of appreciation. Dad, Endeavor is not a good father, he starts. Izuku can only listen and watch as Naomasa starts to frown. Tuya closes his eyes tiredly. He's so obsessed with surpassing All Might, and thanks to that, he passed on his ambition to me as well. Let's just say that things were great at first until we discovered that. Tuya looks pained to say it. That my quirk hurts me. He lifts his hand away from the snake and clenches it into a fist. Izuku realizes that Tuya's recent burns on his hands are healed. After that, he started to change. Stopped every training and purposely ignored me or my pleas to help me with my quirk. Every time he caught me training on my own, he would get really upset with me. It doesn't sound bad when I say it like this, but imagine suddenly becoming worthless to your own father. He shouldn't have encouraged me in the first place. And he just destroyed everything I've done just because he doesn't see me as his masterpiece anymore. While Izuku only experienced being Deku for around 5 years, he understands where Tuya is coming from. He can list so many ways Endeavor could have done better. But to just abandon Tuya? The number 2 hero isn't that good in Izuku's eyes anymore. But there's more, right? Naomasa calmly asks. Izuku knows the man has a soft spot for kids. His heart must have been broken hearing what Izuku's soulmate has gone through. Izuku scoots closer to the older boy, surprised to feel warmth radiating off his body. It got worse when my younger brother was born. You guys probably never heard of him yet, but Shudo has the best quirk Endeavor could have asked for. I didn't exist anymore after that. All Endeavor paid attention to was Shudo. You can just imagine my thoughts after that. Tuya huffs and lets himself fall onto the bed, pulling Izuku down with him. Izuku yelps but doesn't move to get away. I just wonder why Endeavor could leave me after all of that. Discard me like I'm not his own son. And that's not even all of the problems. But yeah, the reason I was at the hill started with Endeavor. Tuya's voice is muffled by the pillow. He lets out a yawn and turns to Naomesa curiously. I'm curious to know what you'll do with this conversation. Maybe you won't do anything and keep all this a secret from Endeavor. Ugh, don't even start on the rest of the Todorokis. I kinda don't want to go back, you know? He trails off and becomes quiet. Izuku peeks over the comforter to see that the boy has fallen asleep. His soft snores tell as much. He's probably tired. Today was a lot for him. That was just a small part of the entire story. The detective stands up and walks over. Oh, you did a great job on the bandages, he observes quietly. Izuku blushes. Even though Naomesa compliments him literally every day on everything he does, Izuku is still happy every time he hears it. I'm going to take a day off tomorrow. I know there's more things I need to know because I still don't know why he burned down the forest or how you got the boy here yet. Naomesa's smile is back, and Izuku feels relieved to know that the detective isn't mad at him. Of course we'll tell you, Naomesa. Izuku gives him a smile and settles down onto the pillow. I guess we can talk more tomorrow. It's getting pretty late. Naomesa sighs again and gives them a tired wave. Good night. With one last ruffle to Izuku's hair, the detective leaves and closes the door gently. Izuku looks down and makes eye contact with Draco, who's curling between Izuku and Tuya's body. You naughty boy. You used your quirk again. Izuku whispers, not really angry but just worried. The snake looks at Izuku, flicks its tongue, and goes back to sleeping. Izuku sighs and finally closes his eyes. He guesses he also needs some rest as well. Izuku is the first to wake up. He gently scoops Draco in his hand and carefully pulls away from Tuya, whose arm and leg draped over Izuku's body. Surprisingly, the older boy is still sleeping. There's no sign of him stirring or anything. Izuku decides not to leave Draco with an injured person ever again. If the snake stays here any longer, Tuya probably will be healed within seconds. Not that Izuku doesn't want his soulmate to be healed, but Draco has been using his quirk too much already. He lets the snake slither up and hide in Izuku's hair. Yeah, that's better than staying in his room. Izuku walks to the kitchen. Naomesa isn't awake yet either. He guesses he'll be making breakfast today. Maybe something simple like fried eggs, bacon, and toast. With that in mind, he brings out all the ingredients and equipment. He also brings out the frozen mice for Draco. Izuku pours warm water over the package. He'll start cooking while waiting for the ice to melt. Izuku turns to the stove and stops. He looks down at his hands and a thought occurs in his mind. It won't hurt if he tries using Tuya's quirk again, right? Well, his quirk. He pours the oil and cracks the egg into the pan. With his right hand holding the handle, Izuku lights up the fire with the other hand. Even if this isn't the first time he sees the blue flames, Izuku can't help but startling at the insane heat. He quickly pulls the pan away and closes his fist. The egg burned, obviously. But that was fun. Izuku still has a carton of eggs left. Maybe he can do some experiments before the other two wake up. By the time Naomesa walks into the kitchen, there's 5 burnt eggs on a plate. Izuku only successfully cooked one without burning it. Izuku. Naomesa starts but ends up chuckling at him. How do you even burn half of the eggs? He takes the spatula from Izuku's hand and looks at the food worried. Izuku opens his mouth to answer but quickly closes it. Wait, did he ever tell the detective about Quirk sharing soulmate? He thinks he did. Double wait. Naomesa doesn't know that Tuya is his soulmate and Izuku now has the boy's quirk. The man almost drops the plate. What? Izuku slaps a hand over his mouth. Oh my god. Naomesa sighs deeply and throws the bacon on the pan. There's more secrets? Why don't we finish making these, then we'll talk later. His tone is light, and the man doesn't seem to be that angry with him. To be honest, Naomesa doesn't really get angry. The only time Izuku has seen him mad was when the detective was interrogating some villains. But you do have another quirk now, right? Naomesa asks, putting the cooked bacon on the plate. He answers by summoning a tiny flame between his palms and quickly puts it out. Considering Izuku's luck, he would probably burn down something. It's really hot. Even with my fire resistance, I still feel the heat. Ah, that's definitely the same fire that I saw at Sokoto Peak. The detective mumbles to himself. Izuku can only smile sheepishly and put the sliced bread in the toaster. Cooking is so much easier when there's an adult helping him. 3 plates of breakfast are ready on the table in no time. Can Todoroki-kun walk? The older man suddenly asks. I don't think so. Draco didn't use his quirk all the way, and I think Tuya prefers to be called by his name. All right, Tuya-kun it is. Naomasa disappears into the hallway and comes back moments later with Tuya on his back. His soulmate still looks sleepy, with his unruly hair and eyes that are barely open. Izuku giggles and helps the detective set the older boy down onto the chair. The white-haired boy yawns but perks up when he sees the freshly made breakfast in front of him. Let's eat before you guys tell me the rest of the story. They eat in a comfortable silence, and after some time and 1 large mug of coffee, Naomasa is ready for whatever they have in store. Where'd I leave off yesterday? Tuya asks him while sipping his hot chocolate. Shuto, Izuku suggests. The other boy sighs. Right, Shuto, the golden child with the perfect quirk to beat All Might. He has both ice and fire, and the resistance to both quirks. Endeavor never paid attention to me again after Shuto presented his quirk. So what do I do when I still have my father's influence and still want to be a hero? You continue to train? Izuku answers quietly. Tuya nods. Yeah, I was a kid desperate for my father's approval, so I kept training until my fire turned blue. I really thought that would make Endeavor want to train me again, but I guess not. Naomasa hums thoughtfully. That was recent? The boy sighs. Well, yeah. I asked him to come to Sokoto Hill, but he didn't. I guess something inside of me finally realized that no matter what I do, my father will never see me again. So the quirk is based on emotion? Izuku murmurs, but the other 2 hear him anyway. Oh, Naomasa and Tuya look interested. Izuku ducks his head from the attention. Tuya must have felt heartbroken at the realization that Endeavor wasn't coming. But that doesn't explain why he would want to set himself and the forest on fire. So his quirk probably ignited by his intense emotions. He looks up and sees Tuya gaping at him. Oh shit, you might be right. I don't remember lighting anything. Naomasa doesn't say anything, but Izuku can see him nodding along to the story. Izuku can't tell what the man is thinking. Izuku then realizes that Tuya won't tell how Izuku ended up bringing him home. The older boy looks at him and shrugs. Welp, guess it's now his turn to explain. So, let me start with the reason why our soul mark glows. Izuku rolls up his sweater's sleeve to show the full mark. It's still the same beautiful fire symbol, but without any glow it looks more like a tattoo. At first I thought it was random, but yesterday I had the idea that it might be like a danger warning. So when I saw the fire that had almost the same color as the mark that won't stop glowing, I just assumed the worst and ran there. Wow, kid. Naomasa sighs while massaging his temple, ignoring Tuya's little laugh that he tries to hide with a cough. Izuku can only give him an awkward smile. He will definitely apologize to the detective later. So I ran there and went inside the forest. I saw Tuya and tried to help him. Somehow we bonded, and we both are able to use each other's quirk. And we left the forest and Tuya didn't want to go to the hospital and now we're here. That's the short version. Naomasa probably doesn't want to hear how they struggled to even walk past the fire. Ah, is all the detective says, and it doesn't sound good at all. Can I ask why you don't want to go to the hospital? The man turns to the white-haired boy. Tuya averts his eyes. I don't want to see Endeavor. I don't want to go back there. I was planning on running away, but when Midoriya, I didn't want to leave my platonic soulmate after he just saved my life. Izuku struggles not to cry. Naomasa says nothing again. After a long silence, The man sighs. Okay, I'll try to do something without your endeavor knowing that you're here. Both Izuku and Tuya whip their heads to stare at the man in shock. Why? Tuya asks, eyes filled with wonder. Naomasa gives them a fond look. You guys shouldn't have been through all of that. Izuku blinks when he realizes that the man is also referring to what happened to Izuku's mother. I already did something that I shouldn't, he chuckles. What's one more going to do? Well, that's rather ambiguous. But how are you going to hide from the number 2 hero? Izuku questions. The man stands up and stretches. That's for me to find out. I'm going to do some work in my room. If there's anything you guys want, my room is at the end of the hallway. And with that, Naomasa grabs another mug of coffee and leaves them alone. Your dad is something. Tuya still doesn't comprehend why Naomasa would want to help him, judging by the confusion on his face. Naomasa just does whatever he wants at this point. He even adopted me when we knew each other for only like a year. Izuku stands and picks up the dishes, then puts them in the sink. He'll do it later. He lifts his hand up to get Draco, but only meets his hair that lacks the weight of the small reptile on it. Draco? Izuku looks to the side to find Draco devouring the 5th mice from the bag. Draco! The snake looks at him, the mouse halfway in his mouth. Izuku takes away the rest of the frozen food and quickly puts it back in the freezer. So this must be the drawback of using his quirk too much. Draco is very hungry after he healed Tuya twice yesterday. Big injuries, no less. While it's not dangerous, Izuku would rather Draco didn't use his quirk at all for a while. While that's nice and all to hear your thoughts, can you help me walk to the bathroom? Tuya speaks up. Izuku sighs as he realizes that he mumbled again. You want to take a shower? Well, of course. I smell so bad right now. Tuya huffs. He tries to stand up, but by the winces, the older boy is probably still too hurt to move. Izuku picks up Draco and comes over to help Tuya stand. Tuya is heavier than Izuku remembers. How did he even carry Tuya all the way here yesterday anyway? Must have been the adrenaline working. They slowly make their way towards Izuku's room, and when they arrive, Izuku lets him down to sit on the toilet. Izuku smiles at him and, "You're not helping me shower, Midoriya," Tuya says, laughing at Izuku's pout. "But you can't move much." Izuku fiddles with the hem of his shirt. He just wants to take care of Tuya. Tuya gives him a look. "Well, you're a great kid, but I'm embarrassed. All right, go do your homework." He gestures for Izuku to get out. "Fine, I'll get Naomasa then." He receives no answer. Izuku will assume that Tuya prefers a literal detective rather than a 9-year-old kid. "And call me Izuku," he shouts as he leaves the bathroom. "I could report Endeavor. While the HPSC will protect their hero, I can take custody of you because there is definitely enough evidence. And with your statements, things might get easier," Detective Tsukachi says as he finishes wrapping new bandages for him. It's a little awkward after he helped Tuya shower, but they don't talk about that. "But Endeavor will know that I reported it then," Tuya comments. He would rather just disappear off the face of the earth than have Endeavor breathing on his neck because Tuya just exposed him. Tsukachi hums. "If it wasn't for Izuku, what would you do?" He gives Tuya a new set of clothes. But then the man remembers that Tuya literally can't move, so he comes closer and helps Tuya put them on. "To be honest, I don't think I'd have been able to make it out alive if not for your son coming to help me." The detective sighs, but he can't hide his smile. "Izuku is such a reckless boy, but I'm glad he helped you. I tried to get away from him too. If I did go that route, I would probably fake my death and go live on the street. And then he will become a vigilante or villain and take revenge on his father," he adds silently in his head. "Ha, that sounds great." Detective Tsukachi is quiet as he dresses Tuya. "We'll figure something out. I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm gonna get fired for sure this time." The last part probably isn't for Tuya to hear, but it's making him feel better to see that Tsukachi isn't the type of police that would just ignore it when it comes to dealing with heroes' bad sides. Can't you just hide me here? Tuya says it as a joke. But it would be great if he could stay here. Tsukachi looks at him incredulously. Kid, you're a kid. You need to go outside and, study. You need to socialize. And what about training? You want to be a hero, yeah? That last question hurts. Does he still want to be a hero? Tuya doesn't. Guys, come here. Mito Izuku slams the door open. The boy's eyes are filled with tears. Izuku? What's wrong? Naomasa quickly turns to the kid. But Izuku just shakes his head and grabs both of their hands. You guys gotta see this. Tuya and Tsukachi look at each other. The detective lets Tuya get carried on his back again. They quickly follow Izuku out to the living room where the TV is on. The death of Endeavor's oldest child, Todoroki Tuya. An accident happened. Him? An accident? Death? It's not even a day yet and they already declared Tuya dead? What? I thought they would cover up this. Tsukachi gently drops Tuya on the couch and pulls out his phone. Tuya doesn't hear who he calls or where he walks off to. All he can focus on is the replay of the clip of his fire destroying the forest. Wow. He should have known. Tuya can only stare at the screen before him. Before he knows it, he starts laughing. It starts with a grin that turns into a full-blown laugh. He laughs and laughs until he feels tears streaming down his face. Tuya! Izuku comes closer and hesitantly hugs him from the side. Tuya looks down at his soulmate, his brother. His laugh dies down and he sobs, burying his head in Izuku's fluffy hair. He tries not to cry onto Izuku's perfect hair, but it's so hard. Tuya, it's okay to cry. His tears pour down nonstop like a broken pipe. It hurts so much to know that his father has been looking for a chance to get rid of him. And now it's the perfect time. Tuya should have known that no matter what, he would always be a worthless child. No match to the masterpiece that is Shudo. He hugs Izuku harder. Chapter 8. Enji doesn't remember what he did most of that evening. He remembers talking to the firefighters, then a police officer, and then a commission worker. His attention always wanders back to the scene before him. Enji can't tear his eyes away even when it's time for him to finally go back home to his family. How can he? It's literally his fault. And now Tuya is nowhere to be found. They don't even let him on a search team. Something about him not being in the right state of mind. What kind of joke is that? Enji is Tuya's father. Who cares if he's not feeling well at the moment? But he can't really do anything. He watches helplessly as Hound Dog and a team of police officers disappear into the forest. Normally Enji would have protested, but one look at the burnt forest makes him want to scream. It's already a picture that is stuck in his head. Even when he closes his eyes, the image is there to remind him of the biggest mistake he has made. Enji looks back one last time before he decides that he should go home. Rei is waiting to hear from him at the front of the house. She immediately rushes over when she sees him. Traces of tears can be seen on her face. How? She stops as she takes a closer look at him. Enji doesn't know what she sees, so he ignores it and sighs tiredly. We haven't found anything yet. She purses her lip. Not even. No, nothing. Not even the body. They're having a team search for him right now. I'll go there first thing in the morning. He sighs again and walks past her inside. Rei follows him quietly. They walk by the kitchen and Enji glances at the children eating their dinner with smiles on their faces. He has to be the one who has to deliver the news. But when they find Tuya tomorrow, he won't have to. And everything will be back to normal. Yes. He will fix his problems with Tuya. Then they will work on his quirk. And if no one wants to train, Enji will listen to them. No forcing to train anymore after this. I'll see you tomorrow. They reach his room and he turns to Rei, gesturing for her to go eat with their kids. She frowns. You're not eating? I'm not hungry. They stare at each other for a moment before Enji decides to avert his eyes first. What's wrong with him recently? Everything seems to be so hard since he realized his mistakes. Enji should have known that it wouldn't have been easy to fix everything. Look at him now, can't even carry on a conversation with his own wife. You go and eat, I'll see you tomorrow. Not waiting for her response, Enji opens his door, slips inside, and closes it just as quickly. He looks into the darkness of his room with the moonlight that shines through the curtain, but all he can see is a shadow of a man who killed his own child. Rei watches her husband's back retreat into his room. After making sure he won't come back out, she sighs. Everything that's happened lately makes her feel confused, especially the sudden change in Enji. It's like he's become a different person in just one day. That might be a little bit of an exaggeration, because Rei has actually noticed a subtle change for a while now. There's this weird look in his eyes whenever he looks at Tuya. She doesn't know when this started. Enji seems to be hesitant when he speaks to their oldest son. While Rei wished for him to be better for a long time, she doesn't know if it's too late or not. How long has it been? Tuya is 13, so it's been 9 years of Enji being awful to their family. Rei doesn't even know how she could have let this happen for so long. Well, she's tried to stop it. But Enji is scary and he's also cruel. No one can stop that man if he wants something. She can only keep quiet and take care of Fuyumi and Natsuo, and can only watch Tuya hurting himself every day. And it only got worse once Shudo was born. Rei feels like she's one moment away from breaking. She doesn't show it, of course, but she thinks some of her children noticed, especially Tuya. He is always in a bad mood when they're talking, and it didn't help when Rei started to see Enji in him and Shudo too. Tuya also had a problem of his own that Rei didn't understand. All of that led to them not talking any more than necessary. She feels like she has been a bad mother. It's her fault as well that everything turned out like this. If she'd been more brave, if she'd not been a coward, then Tuya and Shudo would have had a better life from the beginning. Mom! Rei startles. She blinks when she realizes she's been standing at the kitchen entrance for quite some time now. Fuyumi tilts her head. Are you okay? She quickly makes her way inside and gets herself a plate of yakisoba. Rei sits down next to Shudo, who's also looking at her worried. Why yeah, it's nothing. Is the food okay? It's a rare occasion when she cooks from scratch. It gave her a distraction while Enji was searching for Tuya. Fuyumi smiles at her. It's amazing, Mom. You should cook more often. I can come and help you too. Can I help too? Shudo asks quietly. Rei ruffles his hair lightly. She is so angry at herself. How could she see any resemblance to that man in this adorable child? Of course, Shudo. The boy blinks, surprised, but he gives Rei a small smile of his own anyway. Conversation flows from there, and they discuss recipes they want to try. It's mainly Rei and Fuyumi who's talking, but she feels happy to see that Shudo and Natsuo also nod along. Rei then realizes that this is the first time in ages that they have had dinner together. Normally, it's only her and Fuyumi. Natsuo often comes later to avoid his father, and Shudo would be training and would end up eating late. She sighs. She should have known that her family was far from perfect. If Enji decides to change now, then she should try her best too. They finish dinner and Rei sends the kids out to watch some show on the TV while she washes the dishes. This should be their normal routine, but somehow today is the first time that it's peaceful in the house. Is Tuya out again? Rei jumps a little when Natsuo appears beside her. She looks and sees the white-haired boy standing there with hands in his hoodie pockets. She purses her lips. She doesn't want to lie and Tuya still could be back tomorrow. I think so. Have you guys been talking recently? She abandons the dishes and turns to him fully. Natsuo shrugs. No, he doesn't really talk to me anymore. I'm just worried. So Tuya isn't close to anyone. She resists the urge to cry right there. I'm sure he'll be fine. Maybe if he comes back tomorrow, we could make him some pancakes. Natsuo nods and goes back to the living room. Rei watches her kids enjoying themselves on the couch, and only one thought occurs to her. She wants to see this forever. Enji showers, changes his clothes, gets in his bed, and closes his eyes. And all he sees is the blue fire destroying the forest, with the addition of Tuya struggling in the flames while screaming in pain. His skin and bones start melting. His eyes snap open and he sits right up. That's how Enji finds himself staying awake the whole night staring at his ceiling. He knows he's tired, but he can't even close his eyes without seeing his son die over and over again. The next thing he knows, his alarm goes off. Enji then realizes that it's already morning. He drags his tired body to the bathroom and dresses himself in his hero outfit. No one should be awake yet, so Enji quietly makes his way to the fridge, hoping to find something easy to eat. Luckily, there's some leftover food from yesterday. Enji's meal gets interrupted by the sudden appearance of his youngest son. He doesn't know that the boy wakes up this early. "Father!" The hesitant voice of Shudo comes from the door. Enji looks up from his food and nods at him. Shudo, still in his sleepwear, doesn't walk closer. "Do we have training today?" Enji sighs. Not only did he already forget about training, but Tuya's situation is the only thing he has had in mind for a while now. Maybe he should just let Shudo go and be with kids his age after this. "No. Shudo, do you want to go to school?" he asks while cleaning up. Shudo doesn't answer at first. When Enji opens his mouth to ask again, the boy shrugs. "I don't know, but if you want me to go then I'm okay." He frowns. "I asked you, do you want to go? Meet kids your age and stuff. But if you want to continue homeschooling, it's okay too." Shudo yawns. "I'll ask Mom. I really don't know." He supposes that's fair. And it's nice to hear that Shudo still talks to Rei. He is trying to come up with something to continue to talk to Shudo about when suddenly, his phone rings. Enji never answered a phone this fast in his entire life. "This is Endeavor," he says. "It's Hound Dog. Are you feeling better now?" The hero growls. "Of course I'm fine. Any news?" He hears another low growl. "That's why I called. Come to the police station. It's better to talk in person." Enji ends the call and rushes out of the house. He doesn't have time for unnecessary talk. He's thinking about just using his quirk to fly to the destination but decides against the idea. So Enji runs. It only takes a few minutes, but he arrives at the police station. It's not the one where that lie detector detective normally is. Not that it will make any difference. He walks hastily inside to one of the meeting rooms. Hound Dog, a commission worker, judging by the golden pin on his necktie, and a couple of police officers are already in the room. "Endeavor." Hound Dog nods at him. Enji walks over and shakes his hand. "Thank you for the help finding my son." The dog hero looks surprised to hear that. But before the man can reply, a flat voice speaks up. "If you don't mind, I would like to start this now so we don't waste time any longer." Enji's eyes twitch. He turns around to meet the speaker. The black-haired guy with glasses and a suit raises an unimpressed eyebrow at him. Hound Dog huffs. Yes, go on then." The guy adjusts his glasses and brings out some paper. "Yesterday, right after the fire was put out, Hound Dog and his team were made responsible for locating your son, Todoroki Tuya. They were on search the whole night and—" The man trails off, looking rather uncomfortable. "Endeavor-san, we found this." One of the police officers finally speaks up in the tense silence. The man hands him a Ziploc bag and Enji reaches out to take it with his now shaking hand. When he sees what's inside, he blanches, the color draining out of his face. Enji can't speak, he can't even think at all. Several pieces of bone lay inside. Even though it isn't in its original shape, he can tell that it's Tuya's jaw. All hope is gone. Tuya is nowhere to be found and there's only parts of his body left. With that powerful blue fire and the boy's weak body, Enji thinks that there's probably nothing else left. He slaps his hand on his mouth. He feels like throwing up. Enji shuts his eyes and takes a deep breath. Do you want me to continue? The commission guy asks politely. Enji glares at the man and quickly gathers himself, ignoring the looks from everyone in the room. And by the evidence that we found, we can assume that Todoroki Tuya is dead. Enji clenches his jaw. He doesn't want to hear anything more. Since there's a lot of civilian witnesses, the HPSC will take care of it, and you don't have to worry about the news of your son's death getting out. Where are they going with this? Trying to cover this up? The man pushes up his glasses. Then you'll be back on duty starting from tomorrow. While it's devastating for you to lose your son, we hope Endeavor can continue with his hero work as soon as possible. The nerve of this guy. Why has no one called the commission out on their bullshit yet? Enji never cared about them except when they contacted him for missions. He didn't realize how little they cared about other things except money and clout. No wonder Hawks always looks tired when he isn't in front of the cameras. And also the fact that All Might is nowhere to be found. Not only do they want him to be more active, but they want him to just move on from Tuya? Enji clenches his fist. No need to cover it up. The guy shrugs. If that's what you want, that's it for me. You can discuss it more with the police. I'll take my leave now. The man gives a curt bow, then quietly walks away. Enji, still not comprehending that Tuya is dead, lets the guy go without a fuss. But not for Hound Dog. That much just pisses me off. The guy growls, fur puffing out and tail moving stiffly from side to side. He turns to one of the police officers and grabs the paper out of her hand. And he didn't even read the whole report. Endeavor, do you want to hear the rest? Enji doesn't care at this point. Just read it, he says tiredly and takes a seat on the nearest chair. Weird how everyone just stood there earlier. So after they see him sitting, they follow the action. After the fire was extinguished, we walked around Sakito Peak until morning. Because of the fire that destroyed the forest, it was very difficult for my dog Nose to detect anything other than the burnt smell. No trace of Tuya was found except a fragment of his lower jawbone. We also went to check every security camera around the hill, but all of them got destroyed by the heat. The more he hears, the harder Enji grips his hair. There's no way at all for Tuya to still be alive. But it's only one day. Can't they continue the search? I know what you're thinking, but no. The commission doesn't want anyone to continue with this case. His fist hits the table, and it cracks under his hand. How dare they? No wonder All Might doesn't associate with them. I can't do anything about this. Hound Dog doesn't seem fazed with his outburst, though the man's ears perk up curiously. First time hearing you complain. Honestly, no one really does anything, and they have only gone bad since they changed the president. To be honest, they hid the Quirk marriage as well. Enji has no place to complain. He sighs as stands up. He turns to everyone and gives them a quick bow. Thank you for the help. I'll leave now. Enji quickly leaves after that. How will he break the news to his family? Is that really Endeavor? Rio turns to the speaker, the only woman in the room. He doesn't remember her name, but vaguely remembers that she is Detective Tsukachi's subordinate. Rio shrugs. His son's death must have affected him. It's just weird seeing him like this. I don't see him as the type to love his family like that, you know? The other man in the room says. She shakes her head. Everyone's gonna be like this when they lose someone. Let's just finish the rest of the paperwork before Tsukachi-san comes back tomorrow. But still, remember that time when he burned down the house and when we told him off? He looked at us like we were dirt under his shoes or something. Damn, Rio doesn't work with him much. But judging from the news and what everyone says, the man is probably as bad as it sounds. Whatever. Hound Dog-san, do you want to go grab something to eat after we finish the paperwork? His tail wags unconsciously. Yeah, sure. No point thinking about Endeavor. If the man wants to be better, then society will probably appreciate it if their number 2 hero finally acts like one. Enji is at Sakito Peak again. The mountain was completely burned, and there's no sign of life on it at all. He wishes he could knock some sense into his younger self. Things wouldn't have come to this if Enji wasn't a self-centered prick who didn't care about anything except surpassing someone who doesn't even know Enji's hatred towards him. That's probably why All Might is and will always be the #1 hero. He doesn't want to know how Shudo will be affected if he continues to be like that. His family deserves nothing but happiness, which Enji never gave them. Tuya shouldn't have died. If Enji had taught him properly and not just make your fire stronger until you can beat All Might, then Tuya probably wouldn't have had to hurt himself in the process. Enji grits his teeth and turns back. There's no point regretting because it doesn't bring back his son. All he can actually do is be better. For Tuya and for his family. He's been out here long enough. Enji should go back and tell everyone the truth. He knows Rei is stressing about the answers he gave her yesterday, and the kids must be wondering where Tuya is. The walk back is uneventful. Seems like when he doesn't have the flames on his body, no one pays attention to him much. But what stops him is the breaking news on the screen that he just walked past. The death of Endeavor's oldest child, Todoroki Tuya. An accident happened. What the fuck? That fucking commission. Enji has to restrain himself from marching to the HPSC building and burning it down to the ground. Who told them they can do this? All Enji said was that they don't have to silence the witnesses. Not that they can announce Enji's failure as a father. And what? He continues his work and everyone will see that Endeavor doesn't let sorrow affect his hero job. Fire licks his skin, ready to be used. Enji wants to do nothing but burn something or fight some criminals. But he knows that the kids are probably watching the news right now. And isn't it worse to know from that rather than Enji himself? He arrives at his house within a few minutes. Enji yanks the door open and tries to find where his family is. Choked sobs come from the living room and Enji almost trips rushing towards the sound. Rei is on the floor, shaking with tears streaming down her face. Fuyumi is hugging her mother while she's choking between her sobs. And the rest of the kids are also crying next to them. Natsuo spots him first and the boy runs to him, screaming with angry tears. You! Why you killed Tuyanai? No dash, it's like a slap to his face. But Natsuo doesn't protest when Enji pulls him close. The boy clings to him and continues to cry. Enji quietly walks over Rei, kneels down next to her and gathers her into his arms. Rei looks up and cries harder. It isn't true, right? You said they never found Tituya's body. What dash? She squeezes her eyes shut and her grip on his arm is almost bruising. But Enji doesn't even care. His hands shake as he also pulls her into an embrace. Fuyumi and Shudo quickly join in the hug. I'm sorry, is all he says. Everything that happened is fucking his fault, isn't it? His mind flashes with images of him and Tuya. Every training, every injury, every argument. Hot tears stream down Enji's face without him knowing. He wonders if this is the first time he has cried since he became a hero. Chapter 9. So, we're really doing this? Hiding you, Izuku asks hesitantly. It's been a couple of days since the news of Tuya's death, and the older boy refused to talk about it. So for the past few days, they just talked about other stuff instead. They both aren't good at making conversation, but they tried their best, alright? Tuya huffs. If I'm not a bother, then I would love to stay here. You would never be a bother. Even Draco agrees. The snake slithers over to Tuya and licks him on the face. It's a miracle that the snake hasn't attempted to heal the older boy again. But his burns are healing nicely anyway, so there is no need for Draco to bite the boy. Well, you gotta ask your detective dad first though. With Draco curling around his shoulder, Tuya stands up from the couch and makes his way to the kitchen. The white-haired boy's injuries are healed enough that he can walk without that much pain now. Izuku has no doubt that Naomasa will gladly let Tuya live here, even if that means hiding the literal first son of the #2 hero. The detective in question is currently very busy. Naomasa actually hasn't been home for a while now. Naomasa apologized profusely when he had to leave right after learning about the traumatic event that Tuya went through. But Izuku and Tuya understand though. So that's why he and Tuya have been living alone since then. But Izuku thinks Tuya should get his own room next to Izuku soon. Naomasa's gonna say yes anyway. Izuku follows the other boy to find something to eat in the fridge. They don't want to spend too much money on takeout food, and they just ran out of instant noodles. So it's time to cook today. Tuya pats his hair. All right, what do you want for dinner? And please let it be something simple. Izuku giggles. What about fried rice? Surely we can't burn down the apartment with that. Tuya laughs at him. Izuku, who has made it his mission to make his platonic soulmate smile whenever he can, feels a lightness in his chest. It's nice to see him being happy like this. Fried rice it is. Tuya rummages through the fridge and throws some carrots and green onions at him. You chop that while I whisk the eggs and cut the ham. Cooking is a great activity to do together. If Izuku refrains from frying the food with his quirk, then nothing will go wrong. And the smell of delicious fried rice just makes him even happier. His mouth waters as Tuya puts the food on his plate. They eat in front of the TV while watching some random show, letting the noise fill out the silence. When they finish their meal, Izuku speaks up. Do you want to go to the mall tomorrow? Tuya blinks at him. Why? Izuku starts to fiddle with the hem of his shirt under the stare of the older boy. Well, because you need some stuff of your own while you stay here, and it would be nice to go out once in a while. His soulmate looks interested. I need a disguise though. Alright, they can't go out without Tuya getting recognized. Why did the news have to show Tuya's face to the public? I can find something in Naomasa's room. Not waiting for an answer, Izuku sprints to his guardian's room. He comes back later with a black mask and a black baseball cap with a police symbol on it. Hopefully Naomasa won't mind if he borrows these. Tuya looks at them and sighs. Okay, I guess I'm really doing this. Please keep me safe tomorrow. Izuku throws the cap at him. Don't worry, I'll protect you. He looks at the clock and realizes that it's already late at night. He grabs Draco, who is warmed up to Tuya rather quickly and is currently folded on said boy's shoulder, and waves at Tuya. Good night. The older boy waves back lazily. Izuku watches him settle onto the couch before he goes back to his room. Since they don't have any spare mattresses, Tuya has to sleep in the living room. Izuku insisted so many times that it's okay to sleep together on his bed, but Tuya is afraid of making Izuku uncomfortable. He doesn't know what to say to convince the boy that he is fine with it. Whatever, them actually living together is already good enough for him. Izuku can't wait to spend time with Tuya tomorrow. Naomasa said there's some money at the front door. What? Izuku texted the detective last night that they're going out. They were just about to leave the next day when Naomasa replied to his message. Tuya walks to the door, confused. He opens it and looks down. There's a brown envelope sitting on the floor with a small piece of paper on top of it. The older boy picks both up and starts laughing. Here's the money. Enjoy your day. Naomasa. He reads. Izuku can't help but join in the laughs too. Naomasa really is something else. He won't question how the money got here. Izuku decides to let Tuya keep the money. If Izuku's the one who has to take care of the money, it will probably be gone by the time they arrive at the mall. After making sure Draco is secure in his enclosure, they leave the apartment and take the train to the nearest shopping center. It's the same place Naomasa and Sansa took him that first time, so Izuku has some ideas of where they should go. So, clothes? Tuya asks as he adjusts his sunglasses and mask. Izuku looks around and perks up when he finds what he's looking for. He points up. There. Clothing stores are on the 3rd floor. He lets Tuya choose his clothes while Izuku just looks around the different sections. If Izuku were to choose, he would have picked some t-shirts with funny text. He sends out a silent thanks to Sansa, who was the one who filled his closet with them in the first place. If not for the man, he wouldn't have his signature fashion that he sports today. He walks to his soulmate after a while to find the older boy with 5 of the same sweaters but each in different shades of black. At least the pants are not the same type. Tuya looks up and raises his brow. What? Izuku pouts. What's taking you so long? The white-haired boy snorts. Can't say I'm sorry. Are you bored? Why don't you call your friends here to hang out while you're waiting for me? That sounds like a good idea, but Izuku only has one friend, which is Shinsakuin, and the boy would probably prefer to play with his cats rather than come out here just to keep him company. Speaking of Shinso, Izuku still hasn't told him about Tuya yet. No? He's probably busy. Tuya opens his mouth to reply, but Izuku cuts him off. And no, I don't have any more friends. Tuya's laugh is muffled by his mask. The guy pats his head and sighs. Well, come help me then. And so they spend the next hour in this store. Tuya stops in front of the hair salon and Izuku walks right into his back. Izuku looks at him, confused. The older boy doesn't say anything but keeps tugging at a strand of his hair lightly under the hat. You want to dye your hair? Izuku finally asks. Tuya hums, a little surprised that Izuku caught on so quickly. Maybe. What color do you think I should dye it? Izuku looks up at Tuya. Tuya once told him that he used to have red hair like Endeavor. But with his white hair, the guy probably is happy that the resemblance to his father is lesser. And to be honest, with the scars along his face, Tuya doesn't look like that man anymore. Maybe a color that has nothing to do with his past? What about black? Izuku suggests. It's very plain, and it will, bring out your eyes. Tuya takes off his sunglasses and blinks. Really? And you'll look like Naomesa's long-lost son as well. Izuku giggles and pulls him inside the shop. They end up deciding to buy the hair dye and do it themselves at home instead. Tuya still isn't comfortable staying too long outside with too many people. But he did spend hours shopping. They eat some noodles in the food court before they finally go home. Naomesa is still nowhere to be found. It's been almost a week since he left. The detective must have been super busy. Izuku has to admit that he misses the man already. Izuku dumps all the new clothes in the washing machine. And while he waits as it starts its cycle, he goes to help Tuya in the bathroom. Izuku peeks inside, seeing Tuya standing in front of the mirror reading something on his phone. Soulmate Izuku sings, "Need some help?" Tuya turns back and sighs, the corner of his mouth twitching like he's trying not to smile. He fails. "Yeah, sure. Wear these gloves." Izuku brings a chair for the older boy to sit on and starts working. He follows the instructions closely and carefully applies hair dye with the brush. Some music plays in the background as Izuku works. Moments like this are so precious to him. Izuku has never been close to anyone for the past 8 years. But now he's dyeing his platonic soulmate's hair in their cozy apartment. Izuku finishes the last part and sighs happily. It's done. Now we have to wait, right? Tuya nods. The older boy looks like he has something to say, so Izuku goes ahead and cleans up the sink while he waits for Tuya to gather his thoughts. "When do you plan on training?" he asks after a while. Izuku almost drops the stuff he's holding. He has been avoiding talking about training ever since Tuya told him his story. While Izuku thought about it so many times, there hasn't been a good time to mention it yet. "I don't know. When do people start training?" Tuya huffs. "I'm not the person who knows that answer, but if I had to guess, it's probably now. 5 years until UA for you, yeah." Izuku nods. "But why are you asking? I thought, He trails off, hands gesturing to the older boy. "Just because I don't want to train doesn't mean you have to not train as well. In fact, I'd rather you train my Quirk. Maybe then I won't have to worry about having the house burned down while I'm asleep." Tuya teases, earning an indignant squawk. "I know you've been avoiding talking about training, and I'm sorry for making it seem like that. The least I can do for you is help you with my Quirk." Izuku clasps his hands over Tuya's and looks him in the eyes. "If you don't want to, it's okay. Meeting you was literally one of the best things that happened to me. You don't have to do anything that you don't want and dash." Izuku, Tuya calls. The tone is so soft that Izuku clicks his mouth shut immediately in wonder. You are the best things in my life. I want to train you. I always saw you looking at your hand, and I now know that I won't ever be like Endeavor. I promise if I didn't want to, I'd tell you. Izuku can't help it but tears start forming. They were just chilling. How did it suddenly come to this? He sniffs. Tuya isn't fair. How can he even say something like that without crying? Tuya chuckles. You're such a crybaby. Come here. The older boy stands up and pulls Izuku in for a hug. And I'm just asking. No need for the waterworks. He pats Izuku's back and lets him stay that way for a minute. Why am I the one who's crying? I'm supposed to be the one who cheers you up. Izuku mumbles and pulls back, ignoring the grin on the other boy's face. Tuya sits back down. Well, maybe I move on quickly. That's definitely not true. But let's not mention how Tuya can't even stand seeing or hearing anything about Endeavor. Maybe you're bored, Izuku says jokingly. But judging by the eye roll he gets, that's totally what Tuya is thinking. His tears are wasted. His platonic soulmate sighs once more and gives him a smile. But I mean what I said though. Izuku blushes and averts his eyes. I know. Izuku has to admit, Tuya looks good with black hair. The older boy sure is thinking the same because he's been staring at the mirror for quite some time now. The only one who doesn't like the new hair color is, surprisingly, Draco. The snake takes one look and decides that Tuya isn't his favorite anymore. Izuku suspects that Draco actually loved that he matched Tuya's appearance. Poor boy. Izuku tried so hard not to laugh when the snake hissed at Tuya. Draco probably thinks that you betrayed him. Izuku laughs as Draco ignores Tuya's attempts to hold him. Tuya groans. Why are you guys like this? He sighs and stands up. Whatever. Let's just go. Izuku stares wide-eyed at the teen. What? Where are we going? He quickly puts Draco on his shoulder and scrambles to follow. Training, Tuya answers while he starts stretching. It's in the middle of the night, and who knows when Naomasa is coming back. Izuku tries to reason. The now black-haired boy doesn't seem to care one bit. Text him then. But trust me when I say he won't be back tonight. Should Izuku tell him that the detective hasn't read his texts since this morning? But Izuku is actually a bit interested in what the older boy wants to teach him. Hopefully they will come back home safe and sound. Izuku has to jog to keep up with Tuya's long strides. They travel for so long, Izuku ends up panting by the time they reach the destination. He looks up to see the familiar sight of the mountains of trash that is Dagoba Beach. Oh my god, Tuya, we could've taken the train here. His shirt is soaked with sweat. He honestly hopes Draco doesn't feel uncomfortable curling around him. Tuya has the audacity to laugh at him. Come on, it's a great warm-up, and I haven't exercised for a while. Damn, this feels good. Either Draco healed Tuya again while Izuku was asleep or Tuya is just crazy. There's no way his injuries are healed enough for him to do this much movement without hurting just a little. Izuku sighs and sits down on the sand while waiting for Tuya to get ready. Ugh, I missed this so much. The cold night air, the freedom, the thrill of using my quirk in the dark. Is it just Izuku or is Tuya dramatic? In a good way though. The older boy is so different from the broken boy he met in the forest. Izuku is happy to know that he made the right decision that day. But since I don't want to risk my wounds getting worse, Izuku, you're the only one using it tonight. All right. Izuku half-heartedly stands up and gently drops the snake on the bench nearby. His past experience with the quirk isn't that great. It always ends with him putting out the fire before he can do anything. It's not his fault, he's afraid he'll burn down something. Let's start with something easy, like simple moves. I'm too tired to learn to control it. He really is tired though, and he wants to just go home and sleep in his comfy bed. Tuya crosses his arms. Well kid, you can't start on moves without learning to control the fire first. Izuku whines. Finey, but I've experimented on it a lot to be honest. It's just, Every time I create the fire, it's super intense. I don't even have time to control it or anything. Remember when I said the quirk is based on emotion? I'm not sure about that anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm calm. But then it gets out of control so quickly that I have to put it out and dash. A hand pats his shoulder, making Izuku snap out of his mumbling. Oh, I'm sorry, Dash. Izuku, it's fine. Your thoughts are commendable. No one finds it annoying, so stop apologizing. But listen to me first. Izuku huffs. Funny how Tuya knows what he's thinking. He's pretty sure the soul bond doesn't make them able to read minds. Tuya ruffles his hair. Endeavor didn't get the chance to teach me that much quirkless fighting. And I only know some self-defense, so I can't help you with that. But about the fire, he steps back and holds his hand in front of him. While I don't have a great time with my quirk most of the time, there's one thing that I like to think about, and it will probably work for you. A small fire lights up between Tuya's palms, illuminating the area around them. The older boy winces as the heat touches the burns on his finger. Don't see it as a new quirk that you need to control. Izuku's jaws drop as the flame dances around his soulmate's hand. The fire swirls around his fingers, circling back and forth. Then the fire moves upwards together, creating a tiny firework before it disappears entirely. See the fire as a part of you. Izuku opens and closes his mouth. He doesn't know what to say. That's the most impressive thing he has ever seen in his entire life. Why, I thought your quirk only, shoots out fire and that's it. Oh wow, that's amazing. Tuya blushes and turns away from Izuku. I thought that was cool. That's the first time I tried it, by the way. Would have been embarrassing if it didn't work. The older boy watches him laugh for a moment before he continues. It isn't that funny. Come on, try it. It's easier said than done. See the quirk as a part of him? How exactly? He starts with a small fire on his fingertip. Izuku nervously makes it bigger. He takes a deep breath and focuses on the heat on his hand. Let's see. He wants to make a ball of fire and hold it in place. It's definitely easier building up the fire rather than starting a big one. Izuku doesn't even realize he closed his eyes because when he opens them again, there's a tiny fireball floating in his palm. The blue fire flickers like it's a moment away from bursting and burning the beach down. That's it. Now calm down and feel the fire. I don't know how, but you can do it. Tuya encourages. That doesn't help at all. Izuku sighs and tries to do something with the fire. For a moment, there's only the sound of the sea waves hitting the shores. Izuku slowly moves his hand. The fire follows. Ah, interesting. Okay. Now that Izuku isn't panicking, the fire actually feels good. Like a cup of warm hot chocolate in his hand. Now for the control part. He decides to make another one with his other hand. With 2 balls of fire, Izuku combines them both and makes a bigger fire. Then, with a deep breath, he throws them up and claps his hands. The fire burst apart into tiny flames before they died out. Wow. Tuya whistles. Whoa, there you go. He walks over with a smile. I see that your ways of controlling the fire are different from mine. What do you mean? Izuku asks. If he has to guess, Tuya never moves his hand when using his quirk. Oh, come to think about it, Izuku hasn't seen Tuya use his quirk that much either. The older boy chuckles. Well, you just said it. Come on. Izuku really needs to stop his mumbling habits. But yeah, with your hand movements, I think it works better for you than me. I only shoot out the fire like you said earlier. Sometimes I use a fire punch as well. Cremation is a very versatile quirk. So it's nice seeing you use it like this. Izuku beams and then he stops. Cremation. Oh, Tuya scratches his cheek sheepishly. I never told you our quirk's name, did I? He gasps at his platonic soulmate. No, but it sounds so cool though. Really? This is actually a new name. The blue fire deserves it. It does. But now Izuku realizes that he needs to update his quirk registration soon. Maybe when Naomasa comes back. Wanna try more stuff with the quirk? Tuya suggests after they take a well-deserved break. Suddenly, Izuku doesn't feel tired anymore. Sure. Chapter 10. I think you should retire, Tashinori, Sir Night-Eye says, pushing up his glasses. Tashinori, Naomasa shouts after his friend as Yagi limps out of the hospital room. He quickly bows and says goodbye to Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino before he follows the angry man. He runs down the stairs and finds Tashinori at the hospital's entrance. The blonde man turns around and stares at Naomasa for a second before he slows down his steps for the detective to catch up. They walk in silence out of the hospital. Naomasa doesn't know where his friend is going, but judging by the rage in his eyes, the man doesn't know either. Tashinori. He tries again and receives the same glare. Calm down. The number one hero, in his now skinny form, still covered in bandages despite the extensive healing the hospital supplied him with, stops his pace and turns to Naomasa in fury. Calm? How do you expect me to be calm? Naomasa, why are you here anyway? If you're here to say the same thing, then go away. Naomasa sighs. Tashinori, I'm here because I'm your friend and I'm worried about you. I don't need to have another reason to follow you, do I? Tashinori drags his hands down his face, the fight leaving him. I'm sorry. That was rude of me. It's fine. He waves away the apology, then gestures to one of the cafes nearby. Wanna grab something to drink? That might cool you down. The taller man sighs. Fine, he says and starts coughing. Naomasa winces as he sees some blood spilling out. He hands Tashinori a handkerchief he bought earlier from the hospital and leads him to the nearest cafe, which doesn't seem to have too many people. Yagi goes to sit down at a table in the corner of the room while Naomasa gets an iced Americano for himself and a black coffee for his friend. He comes back with their order to find Tashinori typing furiously on his phone. Is black coffee all right with you? And is that Sir Night-Eye? Tashinori looks up and sighs. Again. Yes to both questions. Just block him if he's bothering you. The man chokes on his blood and looks at him like he just grew a second head. Naomasa, I never thought I would hear that from you. He laughs in reply and settles down across from Tashinori. Silence settles over them. Naomasa lets the hero in front of him debate with himself in his head. There's too much to talk about, and he would rather not be the one who has to start their conversation. Naomasa sighs and looks out the window. The timing of everything is just a mess. He doesn't even know when the last time he had a full night's sleep was. Not to mention that Tuya's situation still hasn't fully unraveled. And then All Might had to go and fight All for One without telling anyone. He only knew about the fight because Gran Torino called him. And when he arrived, the fight was already over. Naomasa contemplated for a while whether he should go back to the kids or go see Tashinori. But after seeing the aftermath, he chose his friend. It was the most difficult decision he has ever made. He promised he would be back home as soon as possible, though. Things got worse when he discovered All Might's other form, and more problems started sprouting from there. Not only did he have to make sure there was no recorded evidence of the fight anywhere, he also had to contact the commission and explain everything without telling them about All Might's weakened state. It's already bad enough that they know about the existence of All for One. No need for them to be concerned about me, All Might had explained. Naomasa hates to associate with the commission, but they need them to clean this up. The whole town got obliterated after all. The amount of dead and injured people is countless. It's a miracle that they could keep this away from the public so far. He worked until there was only one problem left. The future, according to Sir Night-Eye's foresight, showed All Might's death, which was what made Night-Eye tell Tashinori to retire not even 10 minutes ago. Naomasa takes one look at Tashinori's state and almost agrees with the foresight hero. But he's Tashinori's friend first before anything. He knows his friend would rather die than stop doing what he loves. So here he is, sitting in front of the man who is just too angry at Sir Night-Eye. Naomasa doesn't think they'll make up anytime soon. I won't retire, Tashinori says suddenly. He nods. All right. The blonde-haired man stares at him. What's on your mind, Naomesa? Well, he's thinking of how to satisfy both sides. He clears his throat. How about this? You rest dash. Naomesa quickly holds his hand up to stop the man from saying anything. For now. And when you get better, I will not stop you. Toshinori looks pained. He starts coughing blood again, and it takes a minute for him to finally be able to speak. I know I should listen to you, but it's just, ugh. I know it'll be hard at first, but it's better than losing the symbol of peace forever, right? Toshinori gives him a tired smile. You always know what's on my mind. Can you imagine the chaos that will happen when I'm gone? And I still can work. Even if it's only 3 hours a day. Wait, what? 3 hours? Toshinori shushes him as the other customers glare at them. Yes, 3 hours. I'm thinking of working for an hour 3 times a day. I think it's better than appearing for 3 hours than disappearing the whole day. Naomesa finishes his drink. You already thought this through, haven't you? Toshinori looks at him sheepishly. Yeah, I'm sorry. He pokes at the bandages on his arm and sighs. Is 1 week enough? He asks. Naomesa sighs. Toshinori, you just lost your stomach. And what? Your lungs too? You're going to need months to recover. It's a miracle they let you out of the hospital this quick. Fine, he huffs. But I don't think I can just stay home and do nothing. Actually, I have an idea. Someone knocks at the door. Izuku quickly shuts his analysis notebook and turns to stare at the door. He didn't order anything. Naomesa didn't text him that he'd be coming home or that there'll be someone visiting. And even if it was the detective, there's no reason for him to knock. Oh no, what should Izuku do? Tuya is sleeping in Izuku's room and Izuku doesn't want to interrupt his rest. But this is urgent though. Is quirk usage in your own home considered illegal? The knocks continue. Izuku gulps and glances around the room, looking for a weapon. He spots a pan on the drying rack in the kitchen, and he rushes to grab it. Holding it tightly, he slowly makes his way towards the door. Izuku takes a deep breath, then yanks the door open. All he catches a glimpse of is a tall, blonde, gaunt, and skeleton-like man covered in bandages, which is incredibly suspicious to him, and he ends up screaming instead of using the pan. The stranger actually screams back. Ah, who are you? Who are you? Izuku asks back. Why is there a child here? What? Why is there a suspicious man at the door? I'm gonna call the police if you don't tell me who you are and what you want. He grips the pan tightly. The man looks at his face, then at the pan in his hands, blanching. I'm Naomesa's friend, he answers while texting on his phone. So the guy does know Naomesa. And I'm Naomesa's kid. Naomesa has a kid? The stranger wheezes out and starts coughing. Izuku pales as he sees blood spilling out of the man's mouth and steps back. Okay, maybe he should call the ambulance instead of the police. A sigh stops them both. I never thought this would happen. Everyone, calm down. Naomesa appears behind the suspicious skeleton man and slips inside their apartment. He comes up next to Izuku and ruffles his hair. Are you taller? I feel like it's been a while since I last saw you. I'm so sorry. Forget the stranger. Izuku turns to his dad and hugs him immediately. Naomesa, I missed you. Naomesa laughs lightly, crouching down to hug him back. He gently takes the pan away from Izuku's hand. The blonde-haired man hesitates, looking at the detective then at Izuku. Naomesa. Ah, right. Naomesa stands up and opens the door wider to let the man inside. Izuku feels a little bit better knowing that the guy isn't here to do any harm. Well, Izuku might have overreacted, but with his father on the loose and Tuya technically not existing anymore, he doesn't know if there would be someone dangerous to them at the door or not. But oh well, Naomesa's apartment is literally in the middle of a city with pro-heroes' houses and properties around them. I am so sorry, F for earlier, Izuku says quietly. The blonde-haired man blinks in surprise and his features soften as he toes off his shoes. It's all right, my boy. I understand that a random person knocking on your door might be a bit scary. Now Izuku feels worse for screaming at him. Come in, Tashinori. Let me introduce you too, Naomasa says as he leads his friend to sit down at the dining table. Izuku perks up at the chance to show the progress he made with cremation to the detective. He runs to the kitchen and brings out 2 cups, then fills them with water. With only one finger, he lights up a flame underneath the cup. Not too hot to be boiling, but hot enough for a perfect cup of tea. Naomasa, who turned to watch him, smiles excitedly at him. Whoa, Izuku, that's amazing. You know how to control your quirk now. Izuku blushes. We didn't have much to do, so Tuya kinda taught me some stuff. He throws tea leaves into the cups and puts the tea in front of the adults. He decides to sit down next to Naomasa. That's already amazing, Izuku. The detective ruffles his hair again and turns to his friend, who is still looking at them with bewilderment. Tashinori, this is Izuku. Izuku, meet a great friend of mine, Yagi Tashinori. Izuku gives the man a small bow. Nice to meet you, Yagi-san. Sorry again for screaming at you. Yagi-san laughs warmly. It's all right, and you can call me Yagi Izuku-kun. He then turns to the detective. And you, Naomasa, you never told me that you had a child. When did you even, have a girlfriend? Or a wife? Izuku bursts out laughing immediately after Yagi finishes his sentence. Naomasa looks like he doesn't know if he should laugh or cry at the speculation. Why Yagi? Izuku wipes away his tears. No. Naomasa adopted me. The man blinks. Oh. Naomasa sighs and starts sipping the warm green tea. Carrying on. I have some ideas I want to share with both of you. Not waiting for a reply, the detective continues. I've come to think that leaving 2 kids on their own is very unprofessional of me, and it's good parents shouldn't do that. Ignoring Yagi-san's whisper of 2 kids, Izuku is about to assure the man that they are fine but decides against the idea when Naomasa looks at him. And you guys also go out at night almost every day, right? It's even more dangerous. He can only nod along. Tashinori here is a hero's assistant of sorts. He got injured recently, so I figure he can look after you guys for a while. I have a feeling I might be getting busy again soon. Taking another sip of his tea, Naomasa continues. He also can train or teach you some stuff as well. I know he knows some self-defense. You'll have to ask him about it though. Now that gets his interest. Izuku knows he can't just depend on his quirk all the time. Tuya has told him that multiple times. But since his soulmate isn't the best at teaching, Izuku could only wait for Naomasa to apply him to a dojo or something. But if Yagi can teach him, then he's fine with the man coming around. And apparently he's a hero assistant. Izuku never met anyone with the job before. He wonders which hero Yagi is working with. Naomasa makes eye contact with his friend, and Yagi clears his throat. Ah yes, I have never taught anyone before, but I hope you can learn something from me, young Izuku. Wait, isn't this a glorified form of babysitting? When will he be here? In the evenings? Izuku asks. Naomasa hums. Actually, since Tashinori is injured, I don't want him to go back to work yet. So while he's recovering, he'll supervise you guys most of the day. He can either take you to one of his gyms or he can stay here. Gym? Izuku lets out a squeal but quickly slaps his hand over his mouth. Both men laugh. Excited, are you? But are you finished with your online schooling? Naomasa questions. Izuku nods rapidly. Yeah, I almost finished the year already. That's great, Izuku. Then that settles it. We can tell Tuya about it over dinner. I'm gonna go check on him then. Izuku stands up and jogs back to his room. Izuku seems like a good kid, Tashinori says as they watch the kid disappear down the hallway. Naomasa smiles. He is a great kid. The hero laughs at him. Wow, I can't believe you really adopted a kid. I normally wouldn't, But Izuku is special. I don't know how to explain it, but I really want to raise the kid. He can't help but remember that boy who loved to break in his office years ago. It's actually been a while since Izuku came looking for his work cases. But with everything that has happened, Naomasa is sure that Izuku already changed his mind about working with the police. Can I ask why he's homeschooled? Toshinori suddenly asks. He sighs. Let's just say that he doesn't have the best experience when it comes to school. He was thought to be quirkless for most of his life. And discrimination nowadays is definitely worse than your time. The man nods in understanding. Ah, all right. Is that one of the reasons Izuku wants to learn self-defense? I know that it's necessary when it comes to hero training, but most of the kids I have met usually don't consider it as important as training their quirks. I guess Izuku has already made a plan of what he needs to do. He's wanted to train for a long time now. It's only when he got his fire quirk that he realized that the dream of being a hero is easier to reach now. But Izuku still wants to follow his original plan to train his body. He looks up in time to see the fond smile on Toshinori's face. That kinda reminds me of myself before I met Nana. I really hope you guys get along, Naomasa says after a while. Toshinori smiles at him. Me too. Tuya is awake when Izuku walks inside his bedroom. His platonic soulmate sits at his desk, looking at something on his phone with a deep frown on his face. Draco is curling around the older boy's neck, hissing at whatever is on the screen. What are you guys doing? Izuku asks suddenly. Tuya jumps and whips his head to Izuku. Damn, don't do that. What? Izuku giggles. I'm just asking a question. All right, the black-haired boy sighs. Who's visiting? I heard a new voice in the kitchen. I was gonna tell you that, but answer my question first. You look distressed. Tuya huffs and throws his phone at him. Thankfully, Izuku is able to catch it. He sends his soulmate a glare before he looks at what's on the screen. Don't want to ruin your good mood, but oh well. The older boy mumbles as Izuku watches a video on trending of Endeavor interacting with his fans. Endeavor. Izuku rewatches the video again just to be sure. His jaw drops as he stares at the scene of the fire hero giving his fans his signature and letting them take a picture with him. That's a normal thing for other heroes, but not Endeavor. The man could be doing it just for the cameras, but Endeavor has never cared about things like that. Tuya is right. Izuku's day is ruined. How can that man just easily become better literally after Tuya's death? But he doesn't want to think about it. Izuku didn't even hate the hero that much in the beginning. But with all the stories from Tuya, Izuku can't look at that man the same anymore. You know what? Just forget about him. I'm hungry. Let's just go. Maybe you'll like Yagi? Izuku sighs and hands the phone back. He grabs Draco and puts him back in the enclosure. Yagi had said that he was currently injured, so it would be a bad idea if he brings Draco with. Tuya shrugs, but Izuku knows his brother is still annoyed at the video. Sure, it's not like we're going to see him again anyway, the older boy says. Izuku totally agrees with that. Dinner goes well. Although Tuya is mostly quiet, Izuku is sure he's listening to the rest of them talk. His soulmate just enjoys the food and nods along to whatever Yagi says about Izuku's training. I'll take my leave now. Take care, everyone, Yagi announces after they finish cleaning up. Izuku waves goodbye while Naomasa walks him to the door. Tuya watches him leave, then he relaxes. Ah, finally. Izuku looks at him in surprise. You don't like Yagi? It's just Dash. The older boy scratches his head. Does he really not recognize me? I know I dyed and cut my hair a little, but is that enough to be unrecognizable? But he did say that he got injured recently. It probably happened at the same time the news covered your story. Tuya sighs. Maybe. He's a hero assistant, right? You don't think that the hero will tell him about the news involving Endeavor? Nah. Izuku moves to sit next to his soulmate on the couch. You're overthinking. He's a close friend of Naomesa's. If he snitches, then Naomesa can deal with him. Tuya laughs and ruffles his hair. Well, if Endeavor finds us, then we know who's the culprit. Naomesa appears again after a few minutes. He drags a chair to sit in front of them and sits down. Ah, today was such a long day. I can't wait to get a full night's sleep. But before that, Izuku blinks. You need a new identity. He points at Tuya. The teen makes a face. What? Why? Isn't that illegal? Naomesa quirks his brow. Well, keeping you like this is also kind of illegal. A new identity is like you move away to start a new life. And it's better to be safe than sorry. Let's just make it just in case. Alright. It's not like I'm gonna use it anyway. The detective looks satisfied. Great. Then maybe we'll go to one of my friends for it. Yeah. That sounds good. Can we go buy some stuff for Tuya's room while we're out? Izuku asks excitedly. Naomesa laughs. Of course. Chapter 11. Tuya sometimes wonders what would have happened if he had decided to just disappear after his death. To never be seen again. Maybe he would have ended up roaming around the streets at night, trying to survive with nothing but his fire and a goal to get back at Endeavor when he's stronger and his flames burn hotter. It's a random idea and he immediately disregards it when Tuya thinks of Izuku. Izuku, who's currently drooling on his shoulder after the kid fell asleep while waiting for Naomesa. His brother has been training for the whole week, and it's probably a little bit tiring for a kid who has stayed at home for years. Tuya chuckles quietly. Even only looking at his little platonic soulmate makes all of his what-ifs go away. It's pointless to think about what he could have been. He's going to enjoy his life from now on. He huffs and looks around the place. Naomesa brought them here and then went alone inside one of the doors. The place seems to be some type of bar. There's no one in here except the lady cleaning the counter. She led them to this leather couch earlier, then left with the detective. Then she comes back alone. So here Tuya is, letting his mind wander as he waits for Izuku's dad to come back with his new ID. With the new card, he basically starts a new life and he can do anything he wants. But Tuya still doesn't want to do anything rash just yet. Izuku said that he'll continue online school until UA. But what about Tuya? Should he go to school? Studying is okay, he guesses. But then what? Tuya never thought that his dream of becoming a hero would fade this easily. He remembers that it's all he ever wanted his entire life. Now he just feels empty thinking about it. Even though Cremation is a perfect quirk now, he'd rather see Izuku using it to fulfill his dream than Tuya using it himself. It's probably because there's no Endeavor affecting him anymore. He laughs internally. What a joke. Naomesa comes back after a while. Hey, I'm done. Your new card will be delivered around next week. Thanks, Tuya says as he catches a glimpse of silver hair behind the door that the detective came out of. He gestures in that direction. So you're just doing business with sketchy people now? Naomesa laughs. Don't say it like that. He adjusts his coat and walks over to wake Izuku up. And that guy kind of works with the police anyway. I promise you there won't be any problems later. Making illegal documents and not getting arrested? So, a vigilante? He asks. Tuya has been curious about them for a while, but since Endeavor isn't fond of them, he never got the chance to know any. Naomesa nods. Well, yes. While the heroes don't work well with them, us police get along with vigilantes quite nicely. Izuku chooses that moment to stir. He blinks and looks at them while yawning. Oh, are we finished? The kid stands and pulls Tuya up with him. And I am so sorry for sleeping on you, Tuya. Tuya huffs. It's fine. I know you're tired. Naomesa frowns. I can ask Toshinori to adjust your training. You don't have to. It's already good. I study during the day, then train in the evening. Izuku grins at them. His brother has been significantly happier ever since he got the chance to train. It's very noticeable. Izuku is so eager and excited. Tuya can't help the fond smile he makes every time he sees Izuku being joyful like that. The detective also seems to agree with him, the man smiling fondly at his son while leading them out of the building. All right, but if I see you overworking, I won't hesitate to have a talk with Toshinori. He would never do that. Izuku pouts. And he's just getting me ready for, boxing? Yagi said that some moves might be able to combine with cremation. I really look forward to it. Boxing? That's cool. Tuya says as he tries to mimic an uppercut. Right? I wish you would come with me though. Izuku says as he climbs into Naomesa's car, Tuya quickly following suit. It's more fun with you around. Tuya sighs. Since he started to think about his future, he stopped going with the kid to his training. Tuya wasn't sure what he would be training for if he did continue. He already knows some basic self-defense. So if he doesn't plan to become a hero, what's the point of more training? Seeing that Tuya has gone quiet, Izuku changes the topic. Anyway, what were you and Naomesa talking about earlier? Oh, I was just wondering why Naomesa is doing business with a vigilante. Izuku perks up. Vigilante? Naomesa turns to the kid, brow raised. You seem interested. Of course I am. A notebook magically appears in his brother's hand. I've been researching them since I was a kid. They're so cool. I actually was thinking of becoming one before I ever met you guys. The last part is barely a whisper, but they both hear it anyway. Tuya looks at Izuku with wide eyes. Really? I should have known. Naomesa groans as he starts the car and begins driving. Izuku laughs. It's in the past anyway, and now I have Tuya. I won't become one, I promise. Naomesa probably would have been the one who catches you. He laughs and grabs the notebook from Izuku's hand to have a look at it. And you're right. I still don't know why they like to throw vigilante cases at me. The man sighs. And why are you asking about them, Tuya? Interested like Izuku? Tuya continues reading the kid's notes without looking up. Nah, I was just curious why your police work seems so chill. Chill enough that you have no problem dealing with lawbreakers. Naomesa hums as he drums his fingers on the steering wheel. It looks like that, doesn't it? It is a great time to learn about police work. When he was younger, Tuya always viewed it as a job for people who fail to be a hero. Either that or their quirks were too weak to fight with villains. But ever since he started living with Naomesa, he gets to see the real thing when the man sometimes drops them off at the station. Police officers actually enjoy their work. No one is looking like a depressed adult who hates their life. It's more similar to a hero's work, but with no popularity and less money. Away from the eyes of the public. Isn't this what Tuya is looking for? Police and heroes work quite similarly. Naomesa starts. I know people like to think that hero work is better. But in reality, not only do the police not have the reputation to keep up, but we also work more freely. There's no commission or public pressuring us all the time. That leads to the police sometimes playing with the law just a little. That sounds fun. You want to be a policeman, Tuya? Izuku asks, a little bit too excited. I know you're, trying to figure out what to do. I think this is a nice start. Tuya sees Naomesa looking at them through the corner of his eyes but says nothing. I was just asking, he says non-committally. I don't think it's for me. Ah, okay. His brother sighs dejectedly. Tuya laughs and ruffles the kid's soft hair. They then sit in a comfortable silence until they arrive at the furniture store. The detective turns to look fully at Tuya. About earlier. You don't have to rush, you know? It's a few years before high school. Take your time. I know you'll find something that you like. Tuya believes him just a little. Takes Tuya a long time to finally realize that he literally doesn't have any purpose in life. He just stays home and does nothing while Izuku is out training hard to follow his dream. But every time he comes up with something, Tuya always abandons the idea later. His endeavor's fault, really. He filled Tuya's mind with nothing but the thought of becoming a hero. So now that he has moved on, Tuya doesn't know what else to do. High school starts next month. And while UA is an option, he decides to apply to one of the closer schools instead. It's one of the best schools in terms of academics, probably on par with UA's general course. Hopefully he'll find something he wants to do during that time. Tuya closes his eyes and leans back down on the couch, hand absent-mindedly petting Draco who's nestling on his lap. For the rest of his middle school career, he did online school. Sometimes Naomasa brings someone to teach him some topics that he doesn't understand as well. Izuku was doing this too, but the kid is too smart and he somehow finished his grade early. That leads to Tuya being more lonely than ever now that Izuku is out training with Yagi. With Naomasa busy, he only has the snake as his company. Draco is getting bigger too. He is almost the same size as Tuya's arm. And it's a reminder that so much time has passed and Tuya did nothing worthwhile. And he's bored as fuck. From a packed schedule, when he's with Endeavor, to an empty one with nothing to look forward to, well, that's a little deceptive. Tuya is looking forward to seeing Izuku, his little soulmate who'll be home soon. He sighs and opens his eyes to look at the clock. Maybe he should get up and go do some chores. Tuya, Draco, I'm back. Izuku emerges from the front door, grinning while making his way inside. A smile comes to Tuya immediately. Welcome back. Oof. A blur of green collides with him and suddenly Izuku is on him, hugging Tuya tightly. Ew, Izuku, you're soaking with sweat. Go take a shower. And you're crushing the noodle. Izuku yelps and backs away, taking a seat next to Tuya instead. He grabs Draco and starts pampering the snake with kisses while muttering something along the lines of, "I missed you," and "sorry for that." Tuya sighs fondly. Izuku is like sunshine in his life. He automatically forgets about his problems by just watching his little soulmate brother being happy. So how was your day? Is Yagi still being a dumbass? Izuku gasps, offended. Hey, don't call him that. He's trying. Okay? Tuya snorts. Well, sorry that my first impression of him wasn't very good. I still remember him holding the Teaching for Dummies book. The kid sighs. He's not the best with words, but he knows what he's doing. I get to learn so much stuff, even though Yagi doesn't want to train me too hard since he said I'm still young. That's what's good about Yagi. Tuya just knows that the man is 10 times better than Endeavor from that sentence alone. That's good. He glances at the clock. Are you hungry? I can make you something. Izuku yawns. Nah. Yagi took me to a restaurant nearby earlier. I want to sleep though. Now? The kid grins sheepishly. Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Tuya is definitely not going to whine about how he's been alone all day, waiting for Izuku to come home so they can hang out. His soulmate deserves to have his rest after his training and not to be bothered by Tuya, who did nothing worthwhile today. He grabs Draco from Izuku and gestures to the boy to go. Well, go then. I'm gonna be here if you need anything. Izuku beams and pulls him into another hug. Good night, Tuya. With that, the kid backs away and runs off to his own room. Tuya sighs. He looks down as he feels the snake rubbing its head against his palm. What? Draco curls around his hand and looks at Tuya. Okay, he will take that as a comforting gesture. Either that or the snake is going to shed again soon. He sits there for a while until he finally sees that the lights in Izuku's room are out. Tuya puts Draco on his shoulder and quietly makes his way to the light switch in the living room. He turns it off, then without any thoughts, he walks to the front door and opens it. Let's go for a walk, Tuya says as he pulls the hood of his hoodie up. Draco slithers inside the hoodie and pokes his head through the front. Tuya chuckles quietly at the snake and proceeds to walk out of the building. Naomasa won't be home tonight, so Tuya can do whatever he wants today. It's a usual routine for him and Draco to take a walk at night. They'll walk around for hours until Tuya is tired. The walking clears his mind and it's great exercise. But tonight he's going to a different area. It's boring to see the same scenery every day. So tonight he's going to a different part of Masudafu, closer to Izuku's old home. Even though Tuya is still in Masudafu, the area is noticeably different. For one, there's almost no heroes patrolling. While it's good for his peaceful walk, it's dangerous for civilians to go out at night. Hell, Tuya even sees some shady-looking people on almost every corner of the street. He isn't scared, of course. Everyone minds their own business. Tuya just has to avoid eye contact and keep walking. Ignoring his surroundings, he feels really relaxed. Walking at night helps him clear his mind, and the cool air feels good against his healing skin. The presence of Draco around his neck also helps. It grounds him, he guesses. He reaches his hand up and pets the snake gently. Tuya walks for a while until he can't feel his legs anymore. He stops to take a break and looks around to see where he is. He doesn't get the chance to find out as suddenly someone runs into him, almost knocking him down. "Gee, get out of the way!" The middle-aged man stutters out as he quickly scrambles up to get away from something or someone. Tuya turns to the side to see another man with knives coming out along his arm like spikes running a bit further down the sidewalk. He quickly moves out of the way before the man screams and swings his arm in their direction. The other guy doesn't get a lucky escape. Tuya winces as the sharp knives slash the man's back open. Blood splashes onto the ground and the man falls onto his knees with a screech. Tuya quietly backs away from the scene. This isn't his business. There's probably going to be a hero coming this way soon. He just needs to get away and not get on the knife guy's nerves. He almost succeeds, if not for the man too abruptly snapping his head to him with a growl. Tuya stills. Okay, this is bad. Judging from the vacant eyes and the drool on his lips, this guy is probably on some kind of drugs right now, which doesn't help him in this situation at all. And to be honest, Tuya isn't that scared. While there's literally a maniac in front of him, Tuya has a fucking fire quirk. While it's illegal, this is technically self-defense. But wait, there's security cameras nearby, and Tuya is sure no one else has a blue fire quirk in this country. He's definitely not risking his identity for an idiot on the street. Welp, run it is. Tuya is sure that he is faster than this crazy freak. He goes to run but freezes as the injured man's whimper reaches his ears. The knife man immediately turns back to his victim and raises his arm, ready to strike again. Go, just go. This is the perfect opportunity to escape. He makes the mistake of looking back at the downed man's face. The pure terror in his eyes turns to Tuya at the last second. His feet turn, and he dashes in front of the blades. Tuya doesn't realize what he's doing until he feels his fist meeting the guy's face. While Izuku is sleeping, his soul mark glows. Tuya pants heavily and stares at the unconscious body on the ground. He did not mean to do that. Holy shit, he didn't mean to do that. His hands tremble as he looks them over. There are bruises and blood that isn't Tuya's on his knuckles. And it only takes him a second to realize that he isn't trembling in fear. Tuya is fucking shaking in excitement. God, it felt so good punching that asshole. It felt amazing to take down a piece of garbage like that. Tuya almost starts laughing if not for the sudden noise the other man makes. "Ah!" The poor guy cries. "Oh my. Thank you? Oh fuck. I almost died dash." The man stops as he looks at Tuya. "Oh no. You're injured too." Tuya frowns but suddenly notices the sting on his face and arm. He touches his cheek and is surprised to see blood on his fingers. Damn, he doesn't even remember the knife grazing him. "Hospital. We need a hospital. Ouch, my back hurts. Where's my goddamn phone?" The man searches his jacket and pants until he pulls out a, surprisingly still in a good shape, phone. That action makes more blood gush out of his back wounds. Tuya winces at the forming puddle of blood on the ground. He snatches the phone from the guy and calls both the police and the ambulance. He throws the phone back. "Don't tell anyone about me, all right?" Thankfully his hood is still on, and the guy probably won't remember his face anyway due to the panic state he's in. What? What about your injuries?" I don't care. Tuya bites his tongue as Draco suddenly bites him on his neck. Damn, what timing. He doesn't know if he should be glad or not. The man's eyes widen. Oh, self-healing. Tuya takes a step back. I'm gonna go. Don't die. He doesn't wait for his response and quickly runs away from the scene, just in time as he hears sirens nearby. And as he's running, a smile forms on his face. Tuya reaches up to pet Draco on its head. That was fun. Tuya wears a black face mask the next time he goes out. Nothing wrong with him hiding his face when he's out on a walk again. Draco curls around inside his hoodie as always. And Tuya goes back to the same neighborhood as last time. The air in this area is fresher, all right? It's not an excuse for him to find some random bad people in some alley or anything. Okay, fine. He just wants to fight in a real fight, and without anyone knowing. Tuya is quite confident in his ability to fight against untrained individuals, and he has cremation as his last resort. But he also needs to make sure that there's no witnesses or cameras nearby. Hey, look at him, seeming excited all of a sudden. Tuya adjusts his mask and hood and looks over his hands. He has his hands wrapped just in case. Yagi taught Izuku how to do that in his boxing class, so Tuya might have stolen that knowledge. And so he quietly walks around like he is a normal teenager out on a late-night walk. Tuya only needs to walk for a bit until he comes across two men cornering a girl in an alley. He cracks his knuckles. Let's fucking go. It's boring without your kid running around, huh? Sansa speaks up as he stops at Naomesa's desk. He raises his brows. What do you mean by that? The Catman blinks and huffs out a laugh. The station isn't as lively as before without your kid. Even if you don't want Izuku reading your case files, you gotta admit it's more fun with Izuku here. Naomesa laughs. All of you guys are really attached to him. He sips his coffee. But Izuku's dream was always to become a hero. While I think that Izuku's skills would be a great addition to the police, I would rather support what he loves. I know, Sansa says as he sits down on the chair in front of Naomesa's desk. So what's that in your hands? Naomesa asks, pointing at the suspicious folder the other man is holding. The man looks at him in pity and throws it at him. Naomesa almost doesn't catch it. There's a new vigilante in town, self-healing Quirk. Doesn't have a name yet, so they might just be a civilian who happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Here's the thing, Sansa. You always jinx it. If they appear more than 3 times, then they're not a civilian anymore. Naomesa massages his temples. Why do I keep getting vigilante cases? He groans, ignoring the laughs from Sansa. Chapter 12. Izuku blinks as Tuya walks in the kitchen. His brother looks the same as ever, but this time he has his school uniform on. But there's something different about him today. Or maybe Izuku is just tired. Why would there be anything different? Tuya spots him and walks over. Morning. The older boy ruffles his hair. Is this the first time you woke up before me? Izuku laughs. Definitely. When did you go to sleep last night? Pretty late, he yawns. Is there anything in here? Tuya opens the fridge, looks inside, and brings an apple out. He takes a bite and turns to Izuku. You're doing good, yeah? Izuku blinks. Yeah. Why? The older boy shrugs. Just asking. It's been a while since I last saw you. Really? He frowns. Come to think about it, it's probably true. They're both really busy. Izuku has to train with Yagi-san, and Tuya has to go to school. By the time Izuku's back home, he's already tired and wants to do nothing but go to bed. Tuya always stays up late, but it's Izuku that doesn't spend time with him. I'm so sorry, Izuku cries. The older boy raises his brows. Why are you apologizing? Tuya chuckles. We're both busy. He finishes eating the apple and throws it away. But I should be spending more time with you, Izuku reasons. Tuya walks closer and Izuku blinks as his soulmate pats him on his shoulder. Don't think about it too much, my little soulmate. With that, the black-haired boy steps back and waves goodbye. Izuku watches his brother's back as he leaves. It's probably nothing. Midoriya Shounen, Yagi-san calls. Can I ask you something? Izuku finishes his last round of boxing workout and starts doing the cooldown. What is it? Yagi-san chuckles. When you finish, of course. When he's done with today's plan, he picks up a bottle of cold water and walks to sit on the bench with his trainer/babysitter. What's up, Yagi-san? The man clears his throat. I'm wondering if you would like to adjust our training and go to school these last 3 years before UA. Izuku opens his mouth and quickly shuts it when Yagi-san looks at him with knowing eyes. Yes, I know that you would rather train than go anywhere. But in the end, you're still a kid, my boy. I think we should slow down these training sessions and let you enjoy your youth. To be honest, Izuku has already moved on from his bad memories during his time at his old school. He guesses he could go back to school now. It's already been years since he met another kid his age after all. Shinsakuin doesn't count, of course. And he has a quirk now. I guess, Izuku replies with a smile. Yagi-san's face brightens up. That's great, Midoriya Shounen. I have a school recommended for you if you don't mind. While the hero assistant is pulling up the school's website, Izuku can't help but realize that if he goes to school, he will have more time to spend with Tuya. Izuku still feels bad about it. He basically kidnapped Tuya, then didn't hang out with him enough. Okay, decision made. He will go to whatever school this is, and then he can be with Tuya after school ends. According to the website, this school is a school for popular people's children. It's not about money, but rather the school's atmosphere and security. So there's definitely no people like Bakugu or kids at Eldra, since everyone probably doesn't want trouble with their parents. Yeah, the school sounds alright. Should we talk to Naomasa first? He seems very busy these days. Yagi-san coughs. Yes, we will go talk to Naomasa tomorrow. Don't tell anyone, but Naomasa is busy because he is working on many cases right now. There's this one with All Might what? And there's also this one with the man named Hisashi, and he's working on a new vigilante case too. Izuku blinks, he doesn't even know what to focus on first. Wait, Hisashi? Yes. Have you noticed that All Might has gone on hiatus? The man asks. He nods hesitantly. Well, Midoriya Hisashi was his last arrest before he'd gone on hiatus. If I remember correctly, the man did a lot of arson. Yagi-san's trails off as he stands and starts packing up their stuff. Izuku stays rooted at his seat and gapes at the blonde-haired man. There's so many questions. Naomasa works with All Might. Yagi-san just confirmed All Might's hiatus. But the most important thing is, All Might caught my father? Blood spurts out of Yagi-san's mouth and Izuku is too shocked to help him. Tuya only goes out at night when Naomasa isn't home, which is pretty often lately, so he should use this opportunity before he doesn't get that chance anymore. He's finally getting used to the feeling of Draco's cold and scaly skin on his bare back and shoulders. The snake usually rested on his clothes before, but it seems more comfortable for the snake to stay under his thick clothes as the temperature steadily drops. Tuya can't risk getting more injuries than necessary. He already feels selfish for using Izuku's beloved pet to fulfill his unnecessary needs. He's lucky that Izuku isn't home much, or the kid will definitely notice that his snake is more tired and hungry than usual. He sighs. No point musing over it when he's not going to be doing this vigilante shit for that long. It's just a fun phase after all. The night passes by quickly as he loses himself to the feeling of adrenaline rushes while fighting all the bad people. Tuya decides to take a break after a while and quickly finds himself a secluded alley away from everyone. Well, hello there, little vigilante. A voice whispers from behind him. Tuya flinches. He quickly grabs his knife, but the stranger is quicker. They grab his arms, twist them behind his back, and push Tuya against the wall. He lets out a grunt at the impact. That hurts. Took me a while to finally catch you, the stranger continues. But let me get to the point. Tuya slowly turns his head to catch a glimpse of his tall attacker. He blinks in surprise at the lack of a mask that the guy should be wearing to hide his identity. You're in my territory. I understand that you're new and all, but you gotta know a few rules around here, Dash. As the man talks, his grip loosens. Tuya doesn't use that chance to escape, but instead he turns his head around and looks at his face. He gasps, Shinsuke? The man stops. A second passes and he suddenly spins Tuya's body to face him. And it is Shinsuke. He has the same silver hair, that's longer now, and silver eyes with a tint of red? Shinsuke stares at him. You know this body? Tuya wants to take a step back, but he can't. What does he mean by that? What do you mean? Are you not him? Who are you? Tuya grabs the imposter's wrist on his shoulder and squeezes it in warning. The man doesn't seem fazed. You're close to him? He asks instead. Tuya glares at him. I knew him. I sometimes visited him at the bar he works at when I was younger. Now answer me. Who are you? The fake Shinsuke finally lets him go but doesn't leave. He gives Tuya a smile. Well, I don't remember you, but if you know where he works, you must be quite close with my dear Haruki. Tuya frowns. Shinsuke doesn't have any siblings. I didn't say I was his brother, Dash. Then who the fuck are you, Dash? I'm his Quirk. What? The man runs his hand through his hair and sighs. I guess you don't know. But, well, you must have realized that Haruki never told you what his quirk is. It is because he didn't have one. Tuya frowns. Then what, Dash? If you would stop asking questions and listen, the man hisses. All right, chill. Tuya glares at him and leans back against the wall behind him. Anyway, as I was saying, I am Haruki's quirk. I'm his subconscious desire. Like he wants to be me. That desire manifested as another personality that only comes out at midnight. And I consider myself a quirk. Tuya now knows that this quirk bullshit doesn't suit him at all. He wishes Izuku was here. The kid would be so interested in this kind of stuff. But at least he understands a little. So you're not Shinsuke? Shinsuke's quirk nods. Yes. When were you born then? The man frowns. I'm not sure. It's quite blurry. But I remember that Haruki lost some kid in the fire. The next thing I knew, I was here. Chills wash over him. Tuya's eyes widen as he connects the dots. Shinsuke awakened his quirk because of his death? Holy shit. He totally forgot to tell the silver-haired man. Shinsuke must have been so miserable. You know what? Since you're Haruki's acquaintance, I'm gonna let you patrol my territory. Just don't steal my prey. I'm going now, bye. Shinsuke's quirk doesn't let him say anything before he disappears out of the alley. Tuya stays there for a long time, and it's only because Draco's hissing that pulls him out of his stupor. Should he find Shinsuke and tell the man everything? Or should he let the man move on from him? When are you going to tell me that my father has been arrested? Izuku pouts at the detective. Naomasa looks up from his computer and stares at him as realization dawns on him. Oh, the man blinks. To be honest, I thought that you wouldn't want to know. And I kind of forgot. He gestures to all the papers on his desk. Izuku huffs but decides to let it go. Because it's kinda true and he doesn't care about his father anymore. And he feels bad that he's bothering the detective even though he already has a lot of work to do. He brings out an iced coffee that he hid behind his back and places it in front of the detective. Naomasa takes it with a smile. So what else do you want to ask me? The man asks after he finishes half of the drink. Izuku grins sheepishly. Well, remember when I said I wanted to be homeschooled? I changed my mind. I want to study at this school that Yagi-san recommended to me. Naomasa smiles again. Really? That's great, Izuku. So you will allow me to go? He asks excitedly. The detective chuckles. Of course. I'm really sorry that I'm not home that much. I can't promise anything, but I'll try to take leave and be there for your first day. Izuku beams in response. He leaves the police department with a spring in his step. He probably will arrive home at the same time as Tuya, and then they can hang out. With that in mind, he quickly heads home. And just as he thought, when he opens the door, Tuya is just taking his school jacket off. Soulmate, Izuku chirps and rushes to give his brother a hug. Tuya chuckles and hugs him back tightly. What's the occasion, little soulmate? This is a little too early for you to be back home. He pulls back but still stays in the older boy's embrace. Yagi-san adjusted my training schedule, so I have more free time. And I have more great news. I decided to go to school too. That means we can spend the evening together. Tuya grins. That's amazing. Draco slides out of his brother's clothes and hisses at him as if he's agreeing. Izuku blinks. He's a little bit jealous that his snake seems to take a liking to Tuya more than him. But this is what he gets when he's not home much. Whatever. That not-to-little snake deserves all the happiness he can get. Let's cook something together and then let's watch some movies, Izuku suggests. Tuya ruffles his hair and walks away to the kitchen. Izuku quickly runs after him. Tuya pulls the blanket over Izuku's sleeping form and turns off the light. After making sure his brother is definitely asleep, he sneaks back into his room and pulls a backpack with his vigilante outfit from underneath his bed. He crouches down to let Draco climb up his arm. With one last glance at Izuku, Tuya quietly moves to the door and closes it as quietly as possible. Izuku stays as quiet as possible as Tuya closes the door. What the heck? Where is the older boy going in the middle of the night? And it's even more suspicious when he was sneaking with an even more suspicious backpack. Is it D-drugs? No, Tuya isn't like that. He must have a very good reason to go out. Should he tell Naomesa? But maybe it's nothing. Maybe Tuya just wants to take a walk. Yes, that's right. Izuku will watch his brother first if he's doing something wrong. Then he will tell the detective later. He sighs to himself and settles down into the comfortable couch. He will worry later. Izuku has his new school to be worried about first.